Chapter 1. Little Tyrant, wake up, it's already noon. Zhou Tong suddenly heard a voice while he was still in a daze. At the same time, he felt a large hand pushing his shoulder. Who is it? Zhou Tong opened his eyes impatiently. In a daze, an unfamiliar figure appeared in front of him. You are, Zhou Tong was about to ask, who are you? When suddenly, countless memories flooded his mind. The unfamiliar person in front of him became a familiar face. Zhou Yi. What's wrong? Zhou Tong asked in confusion. What's wrong? You slept from 10 o'clock last night until 12 o'clock now. Zhou Yi said helplessly. Did you forget what happened at the graduation reception yesterday? If you can't hold your liquor, don't fight 3 people at once. Moreover, you specifically went for a bull like Pang Bo. Why don't you take a look at your body size? Do you know how tiring it was for us to carry you back last night? Zhou Yi scratched his head as he spoke, looking distressed. Zhou Tong was the main power forward of the school basketball team. He was 195 meters tall and weighed 170 pounds. He was tall and strong. It took 3 people from his dorm to carry him back. Because of his body size and the fact that the name Zhou Tong was the same as Little Tyrant Zhou Tong from the 108 generals in Water Margin, Little Tyrant became Zhou Tong's nickname during his 4 years in university. I didn't lose. Subconsciously, Zhou Tong blurted out this sentence. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Zhou Tong and said, I know, Pang Bo Yi Fan and Li Chongqing were also carried back by their dorm mates. Oh, Pang Bo Yi Fan, Li Chongqing. When he heard these 3 names, Zhou Tong's brain suddenly stopped working for a moment. Then, a series of memories flooded his mind. Almost reflexively, the word F*ck escaped his mouth. He sat up abruptly, and the confused expression on his face disappeared in an instant. What replaced it was a look of astonishment. Don't tell me you've drunk yourself silly. Zhou Tong was getting more and more speechless as he looked at the shocked Zhou Tong. Don't forget, today is the day we leave school. I remember that your train is at 3 in the afternoon. Don't miss it. Zhou Yi gave a final reminder out of goodwill. Finally, he took his backpack and left the dormitory with a bow. Following Zhou Yi's final departure, the entire dorm room was suddenly empty. At this time, Zhou Tong finally had the time to sort out his current situation. Did he travel to another world, or did he travel to Zhetian? Zhou Tong got up with a strange look on his face. He actually became Yi Fan's college classmate, and he's even a minor character who didn't have a name in the original work? Is it the classmate who possessed Yi Fan? At this time, Zhou Tong suddenly found something. To be precise, it was something in his body. It was a very wonderful round mirror, double-sided and very thick. It looked like a metal product, but also like a polished rock. The specific material was unknown, but no matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like glass. And almost at the moment when Zhou Tong touched this mirror, a strange feeling welled up in his heart, as if a mysterious force began to slowly flow into his body. With the influx of this force, Zhou Tong's face instantly became rosy, and his hands and feet were filled with a sense of power that he had never felt before. At the same time, a message was passed into Zhou Tong's consciousness. This mirror was called Reincarnation Mirror, and it could reflect the past life of all living things in the heavens. Past life, past life, past life, so, this warm current is my past life. After thoroughly understanding the information in the reincarnation mirror, Zhou Tong gradually understood a lot of things in his heart. His crossing over was not the so-called possession, but the real spirit was directly brought to this, shrouding the heavens, world by the reincarnation mirror. The crossing over and possession that he thought before were just real spirit awakening. It turns out that there is no possession at all. Zhou Tong's body is my body, but I missed a few years because of the confusion in the womb. Now that the real spirit has finally awakened, I am me. No wonder the appearance of this body is almost the same as the previous life. Zhou Tong took a deep breath, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. The body of the previous life has been absorbed by the reincarnation mirror and turned into the purest essence. The warm current that was now injected into his body was the essence of his previous life. Of course, after the reverse feeding of the reincarnation mirror, it was impossible for the essence of his previous life to come to him, and there would inevitably be some losses in the middle. As for whether these losses were the intermediary fee charged by the reincarnation mirror, it was unknown. After a long time, the essence that was fed back from the reincarnation mirror finally dissipated completely, and Zhou Tong's whole person also became energetic, and his heart seemed to be empty. He knew that this was the healthiest state of the body, and he had done it for a period of time in his previous life. It was a feeling formed by the combination of work and rest, and sufficient and deep sleep and nutrition. My previous life turned into the most basic essence and integrated into this body. That is to say, I now have the power of 2 lives. Zhou Tong clenched his fist. A feeling of power that he had never felt before surged within him. He looked at his bed, and suddenly an idea came up. He directly grabbed the iron fence of the bed. This kind of fence was the kind that was common in the bed in the dormitory, in order to prevent students from turning over and falling down in the middle of the night when they were sleeping. Zhou Tong twisted it casually, and suddenly the iron fence was slightly distorted. One hand can slightly distort this kind of thing. If I have 2 hands, this fence can't stop me. Zhou Tong said silently in his heart, followed by excitement. This kind of strength, if measured by physical strength, my bench press is at least 250 kilograms. Zhou Tong was originally a member of the school's basketball team, and he was very familiar with his original strength data. Now that he roughly estimated, his bench press ability was definitely more than 250 kilograms. The strength of 2 lives combined was indeed a little scary, and it was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. A bench press of 250 kilograms was already considered to have broken the bench press record of the NBA. With his height and weight, it was simply heaven-defying for him to have such strength. But what's the use of such strength? Zhou Tong then sighed. A bench press of 250 kilograms was currently invincible on Earth, but what about in the future? What if he met people from the cultivation world? Any reincarnation realm cultivator could beat him up with 1 hand. Cultivation, I must cultivate. Zhou Tong sighed softly, then looked at the reincarnation mirror again, and muttered, Reincarnation mirror, you brought me here, so you should at least give me some means to protect myself, okay? The artifact had a spirit, and soon a message was transmitted to Zhou Tong's heart. Zhou Tong was instantly ecstatic. Chapter 2. Although there was no specific description of the information, Zhou Tong understood it. Before his true spirit was awakened, the reincarnation mirror had used most of its remaining power to collect the most powerful body on the planet, the dust, and used it as a template to transform his body. The so-called dust referred to the matter left behind by those who had died on this planet and had not yet dissipated. The most powerful body. Could it be that I have the sacred body of the ancients? An inexplicable sense of anticipation flashed through Zhou Tong's heart. The most powerful body in the shrouding the heavens world was none other than the chaotic body, the innate sacred body, the Taoist fetus, and the 10 ferocious bodies like the immortal emperor. Next to these bodies were the second-tier bodies, such as the sacred body of the ancients, the tyrant blood of the heavens, the Taiyang body, the Taiying body, and the Taoist fetus. Zhou Tong was not sure about the other bodies, but the sacred body of the ancients must have died on Earth. Yi Fan was one in his previous life. If I really have the sacred body of the ancients, it will be a bit troublesome. I am not Yi Fan, who has a great emperor as his secret protector. I can't break the curse of the level 4 secret realm with my ability. Zhou Tong was a little worried. How did Yi Fan break the curse? First, the Emperor of Eternity's imperial weapon broke most of the power of the Taoist diagram. Then, a sage-level divine king used his blood to wash the rest of the Taoist diagram. Finally, it was the immortal elixir provided by the forbidden land of the ancients. As long as there was a slight mistake in any of the steps, it would be impossible to break the curse of not being able to cultivate. Can the reincarnation mirror help me resist the Taoist diagram? Zhou Tong thought of the only thing he could rely on now. Speaking of the reincarnation mirror, I remember that the energy in the reincarnation mirror can let me see a person's previous life. Suddenly, Zhou Tong thought of the reincarnation mirror's function. This was the only time he could think of, and it was an unimaginable opportunity. If I use the mirror on the psychic imperial corpses, maybe I can get a few ancient scriptures for free. No, those emperor corpses have already left Earth. We won't be able to see them for a while. Zhou Tong shook his head and felt a little regretful. If we use it on Yi Fan, we'll definitely be able to see scenes from his previous life, but it won't be of any use. In his previous life, Yi Fan was directly used as a blood sacrifice to the immortal cauldron not long after he was discovered by the Yuhua God dynasty. He definitely won't be able to obtain anything useful. Zhou Tong kept thinking about who he should give this crucial opportunity to on Earth. The reincarnation mirror could only reflect the past life of living things. That was to say, a dead body was useless unless it was a psychic body. However, he didn't know if the psychic corpse had a previous life, because Zhou Tong didn't know if the previous life of the reincarnation mirror was calculated according to the body or the soul. This is the only chance. It's best to leave it to the most ancient existences. Zhou Tong thought carefully and came to a decision. The heaven shrouding technique was the mainstream of this world, but for the current Zhou Tong, the heaven shrouding technique wasn't the best choice. Because when cultivating the heaven shrouding technique, there was an extremely difficult hurdle, activating the sea of reincarnation. Even in a place like the Big Dipper star field, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant, less than 1 in 10 people could activate the sea of reincarnation, let alone on earth. The original book didn't mention this point because in the early stages, people related to Yi Fan all activated the sea of reincarnation because of the forbidden land of the ancient desolate. But for many ordinary people who lacked opportunities, this hurdle was a natural moat. Zhou Tong couldn't help but recall the scene of the Supreme Mystery Sect accepting disciples in the original book. It was only the simplest first hurdle, the one that only needed a trace of fluctuation in the sea of reincarnation to pass, but it directly eliminated 90% of the people who came to be apprenticed. One could imagine how difficult it was to learn the heaven shrouding technique. I don't have anyone to help me on earth. Even if I get the entire ancient scripture, if I can't activate the sea of reincarnation, it's useless. I definitely can't cultivate it. Zhou Tong understood very well that with the conditions on earth, and with his identity as a rogue cultivator, cultivating the heaven shrouding technique was absolutely impossible. I need the ancient desolate method to build the foundation in order to activate the sea of reincarnation. Zhou Tong understood. Creak. Just as Zhou Tong was thinking, the door of the dormitory was suddenly pushed open, and 2 people walked in. Haha, Zhou Tong, I knew you would definitely wake up later than me. The tallest person saw Zhou Tong sitting on the bed and immediately laughed. Yi, I told you, this kid is definitely not our match when it's 1 against 3. As he spoke, the person looked at the slightly shorter person. Oh, Pangbo Yi Fan, the 3 of you have been defeated by me, and you still have the nerve to come here and show off? Look at Li Chongqing, he knows that it's not honorable to fight 3 against 1, so he doesn't have the face to come here. Zhou Tong's thoughts were interrupted. He glanced at the 2 people and directly retorted. But after speaking, Zhou Tong was a little stunned. This was because he could clearly sense that Yi Fan and Pang Bo were different. Previous life, this difference comes from the previous life. Zhou Tong's heart moved, and he immediately understood this point. Yi Fan has his own previous life, but Pang Bo is an original without a previous life. As long as he was connected to the reincarnation mirror, he could easily determine whether a person was an original or reincarnated. It's a good ability to know who has a previous life. As long as I figure out these things, I will never waste the last remaining ability of the reincarnation mirror. Zhou Tong's mood became much happier when he learned another piece of good news that was beneficial to him, and he had more confidence in controlling the future. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and Pang Bo and said, "Let's not talk about what happened yesterday. 4 years of college is about to graduate. Have you all found your next jobs? I'm ready to go back to my hometown." Pang Bo sighed softly. Even Pang Bo, who had always been carefree, was a little sad when he was about to leave. "I'll stay in this city and start my own business." Yi Fan, on the other hand, smiled. He seemed very confident. It was obvious that he had prepared everything. He would be able to join the next phase of work as soon as he graduated. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and he was secretly surprised. To be able to plan his future work while still in university was not something an ordinary person could do. Should it be said that he was worthy of being the future celestial emperor? Speaking of which, you are the one in our class who doesn't need to worry about the future. Pang Bo immediately looked at Zhou Tong. "I heard that several teams are interested in recruiting you. Playing basketball is different from us. You just need to concentrate on playing basketball. You don't need to think about so many things in society. Basketball is good as a hobby. Forget about it as a career." Zhou Tong finally shook his head. At this time, Yi Fan was also surprised. "Zhou Tong, have you really thought about it? With your physical fitness, even if your skills are a little worse, you will have a great future. You may even win glory for the country. Are you going to give up such a good opportunity?" Zhou Tong shook his head. He hadn't realized it before, but now how could he not know what was going on with his physical fitness? It must have been done by the reincarnation mirror before his true spirit awakened. Moreover, since he had come to such a world of cultivation, it would be a pity if he didn't see the vastness of the world. "Zhou Tong, give up. I have a new pursuit." "Let's hear it." Pang Bo was a little curious. "It's boring to say it. Let's talk about it in a few years." Zhou Tong smiled, got up from the bed, and began to pack his things slowly. Seeing that Zhou Tong didn't look like he was joking, Pang Bo and Yi Fan also looked at each other. They were very sensible and didn't say anything more. The road was his own. It was useless for others to say so. "Then I won't say more. I'll go first. See you later." Pang Bo waved to Yi Fan and left Zhou Tong's dormitory directly. The future, Zhou Tong took a deep breath. Longevity, I must live forever. I don't believe that with a treasure like the reincarnation mirror in hand, I can't live forever. Zhou Tong was a very competitive person. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, he was like this. How could a person who was involved in sports not be competitive? Watching others become immortals, live forever, and then come back to trample on his own grave, even the dead would be angry. Chapter 3. After lunch and leaving the school, Zhou Tong did not waste any time and directly rushed to the train station. Along the way, he constantly communicated with the reincarnation mirror to investigate the passers-by. What he saw gave him a huge shock. There are many people from reincarnation. Zhou Tong was secretly shocked. Almost 30% of the people around him were from reincarnation. In other words, there was at least one similar flower that had appeared tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. Although this similar flower was not famous and was unknown to the world, at least it had existed. Also, the reincarnation mirror can vaguely identify the years before reincarnation. Zhou Tong looked at the 3 youths in front of him. They were all from reincarnation. However, He could vaguely sense that two of them were from the same era and were separated by less than 10,000 years. However, there was one who was obviously many times older. According to my calculations, the longer the time between the two flowers, the stronger the previous life. Zhou Tong had some guesses in his heart, and what supported his guesses were the people from reincarnation mentioned in the original work. Yi Fan, No Beginning, and Miaoi. Yi Fan and Miaoi were weaker in their previous lives, so they were reincarnated in 200,000 years. However, Emperor No Beginning was different. He was the no-end immortal king in his previous life. He was strong enough, so he jumped from the immortal ancient era to the desolate ancient era. In between, he skipped a long and chaotic period and even the mythological era. Find a reincarnator who is old enough and use the reincarnation mirror. Zhou Tong secretly made up his mind. In the next half a month, he would go to all the densely populated places and find a person who was old enough. After returning home, Zhou Tong did not rest at all. He left the package at home, asked for some initial funds from his parents, and directly started to act. First, he went to the train stations of the major cities. This was definitely one of the places with the most people in the major cities. Just by standing at the entrance of the train station, a huge number of people from all over the world would pass by. Zhou Tong did not need to pay attention to anything else. He only needed to pay attention to the 30% of samsara travelers and carefully sense the era between their previous lives and this life. This is not bad. If my calculations are correct, his previous life was at least 500,000 years. Zhou Tong silently made a comparison in his heart. As for the target of comparison, it was naturally Yi Fan. This was because Yi Fan's reincarnation time was relatively certain. It was more than 200,000 years ago. The aura of time on this person's body was much more intense than Yi Fan's. Based on the amount of time, it should be 500,000 years. 500,000 years, according to the original course of events, should be the time of the first few great emperors of the desolate era. Zhou Tong was secretly surprised. Maybe it's someone from the time of Emperor Fuxi or Nuwa. There had been emperors on Earth who had attained their Tao, such as Emperor Fuxi and Emperor Nuwa. Although these two great emperors were not mentioned much in the original book, based on the time, they should be one of the first few great emperors of the desolate era. It was even possible that after the Sacred Battle Emperor ended the primordial era, these two great emperors were the first to attain their Tao in the desolate era. Why don't we just choose him? For someone from that era to be able to reincarnate into this era, he should at least be a sage or even a great sage. Zhou Tong was also a little hesitant. Maybe this great sage knows some ways to activate the Sea of Reincarnation? However, just as he was hesitating, an extremely dense aura suddenly passed through the reincarnation mirror into Zhou Tong's heart. He turned around and saw an honest-looking middle-aged man walking towards the train station. This reincarnation aura, he is at least an ancient person from millions or even tens of millions of years ago. Someone from the desolate era? Zhou Tong's eyes revealed a hint of shock. To be able to drag on for millions or even tens of millions of years ago until now, it's not simple. He might have been a paragon back then. There's no need to choose, it's you. Zhou Tong did not hesitate at all. He directly used the last bit of power left in the reincarnation mirror and shone it at that person. Immediately, a series of images appeared on the reincarnation mirror's surface. This was the person's previous life. The images were all from the person's perspective, and they were all what he had seen and heard. Countless images flowed past the reincarnation mirror one by one, but suddenly, the images froze. What's going on? This person is... Zhou Tong was shocked. The images on the reincarnation mirror froze because of one person? That was a blurry figure. He sat there cross-legged, accompanied by endless light. There was also endless primal chaos mist surrounding his body. Just a blurry figure was enough to crush the heavens. It was as if his entire person had turned into the rules. This was a kind of great boldness, as if he was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, ruling over the world and being worshipped by all the worlds. What a terrifying aura! Even the reincarnation mirror can't look directly at him. Zhou Tong was extremely shocked. It wasn't that the reincarnation mirror couldn't see him, but that it required a lot of energy to see this person. Zhou Tong, who had not yet stepped on the path of cultivation, naturally couldn't provide so much energy. The remaining energy in the reincarnation mirror was limited. If he forced himself to look at it, the energy might be exhausted in an instant. There's no mistake. In that era, there was only one person who could have such an aura, Celestial Dhar Chuang. To be able to see Celestial Dhar Chuang, I'm afraid that this reincarnated person really was a paragon back then, and one who was close to Celestial Dhar Chuang. Judging from some of the previous events, he should be Celestial Dhar Chuang's grand disciple. Soon, Zhou Tong realized this person's identity. He made a prompt decision: reincarnation mirror, omit all unnecessary images and focus on this person's cultivation records. However, the images on the reincarnation mirror changed. The figure that had suppressed the heavens disappeared, followed by a series of cultivation images. At the same time, a series of secret cultivation methods were transmitted into Zhou Tong's heart. However, he only saw half of everything before it was cut off. The remaining energy in the reincarnation mirror had been exhausted. Blood transformation, heavenly abode, spirit transformation, inscription, formation, venerable, divine flame, true one, sacred sacrifice, heavenly deity. It really is the cultivation system of the ancient chaos era. After reading these cultivation records, Zhou Tong also had a deep understanding of the ancient chaos method. Unfortunately, there isn't enough energy in the reincarnation mirror to let me see the most essential cultivation path of the ancient chaos method: void path, self-severing, self-release, and paragon. But it doesn't matter. Although the cultivation system of the ancient chaos era is very strong, it's obviously not suitable for the current era. It doesn't matter if I can't see the later stages. The most important thing is that this person cultivates a heavenly precious technique. However, after reading this, Zhou Tong was shocked. As expected of Celestial Dhar Chuang's grand disciple, he even has such a precious technique. Chapter 4. Maybe it was because the reincarnation mirror didn't see everything. In short, this person didn't know many things in his previous life, only 9 in total. 6 of them were even incomplete, and he only knew 1 or 2 moves of Sansho. However, this person had a complete and supreme precious skill of the 10 ferocious beasts, the Thunder Emperor's precious skill. This person specialized in thunder techniques in his previous life. The 3 complete precious skills were also thunder techniques: the Thunder Emperor's precious skill, the Swan Knee's precious skill, and the Thunder Sky Sparrow's precious skill. The configuration of thunder techniques is exactly the same as Huang Tian Emperor's. If I remember correctly, Huang Tian Emperor had a subordinate named Mu Qing, who specialized in thunder technique. Later, Huang Tian Emperor personally passed down the Thunder Emperor's precious skill and the Thunder Dao's 4 unique skills. This person's surname was also Mu in his previous life. Maybe he was a descendant of Mu Qing? Shaking his head, Zhou Tong didn't care about this person's previous life anymore. The past was over, and there was no point in continuing to pursue it. The next thing he needed to do was to start cultivating according to this person's memory. Let's leave here. Find a deep mountain forest with enough spiritual qi to cultivate. Zhou Tong said silently in his heart, and then left the city in a very low-key manner. Because of the existence of the immortal becoming cauldron, the earth today was completely in the age of chaos. Not to mention such a big city, even the ordinary deep mountains didn't have much spiritual qi that could be used for cultivation. If he really wanted to cultivate, he needed to find the blessed enclave in the myths and legends. Now, the blessed enclave on Earth was owned by someone. For a mortal like Zhou Tong who hadn't cultivated yet, once he entered such a place, he might soon be in danger. Although the cultivation world on Earth was declining, there were still some strong people, especially in some blessed enclave. There were still Taoist Palace Secret Realm, 4-level Secret Realm, and Dragon Transformation Secret Realm cultivators. Go to Kunlun Mountain. Zhou Tong quickly made up his mind. Although there was a big sect on Kunlun Mountain, it was too big after all. Moreover, it was sparsely populated. As long as he went deep into the mountain, he wouldn't attract too much attention. He bought a large mountaineering bag, and then some outdoor equipment such as tents, sleeping bags, tableware, spices, compass, knives, and so on. Then, he took the train directly to Kunlun Mountain. He spent 3 whole days on the train. During these 3 days, Zhou Tong did not cultivate. Instead, he continued to comprehend the chaotic ancient method and the precious techniques he had obtained. He had to comprehend everything thoroughly before he could start cultivating. After all, he had no teacher to guide him when he was cultivating. 3 days, Zhou Tong finally arrived at Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun was the peak of all ancestral mountains, the #1 divine mountain in the myths and legends. The Queen Mother of the West and the ancient immortals all originated from this place. In ancient times, this place had the highest status, and no other mountain could compare to it. He felt sts feel. The have tt. Come teet. After crawling for half a day in the deep mountains and forests, he finally found a place that looked slightly decent. It tts a cave a. The cave was only 2 meters deep and 1 meter wide. It was almost the size of a bed. But this location was good. It was a natural place to live. Zhou Tong tidied up the ground and covered it with a waterproof cloth. He decided to stay here for the time being. After casually eating something, Zhou Tong immediately began to meditate and cultivate. According to the cultivation method of the chaotic ancient method, the first thing one needs to do in order to cultivate the blood movement realm is to comprehend the bone runes. First, one needs to consume one's own essence blood to nurture the bone runes, allowing them to gradually grow stronger. Only when they have grown to a certain extent can these bone runes smoothly merge into the body. To me, since I already have the 10 vicious treasured techniques, why would I need any other bone text? The first imprint should be the Thunder Emperor's bone text. On the way, Zhou Tong continued to comprehend the first rune of the Thunder Emperor's technique. After obtaining the memories of Huangtian Emperor's grand disciple's past life, he had roughly comprehended the bone text after 3 days. Next is the first step of cultivation. Zhou Tong took a deep breath and used a knife to cut his left hand's finger. Immediately, scarlet blood flowed out. He endured the pain and quickly used the blood to draw the first rune of the Thunder Emperor's technique on his right hand. Once the rune was formed, Zhou Tong took a deep breath. He began to draw the outline of the rune in his mind and tried to resonate with the blood rune in his palm. He was only a mortal without anyone to guide him. Moreover, this was the age of chaos. Therefore, he could only use this stupid method to take the first step of cultivation. This step was bound to take a lot of time, but he had no other choice. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Next to a spring in the depths of Kunlun, a pitch-black wild bull was drinking water with its head lowered. Not far away in the bushes, Zhou Tong was holding a wooden javelin. With a buzzing sound, a piece of light suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand that was holding the javelin, and a strange character appeared. It seemed to be cast in metal, and it had a metallic luster and texture. Whoosh! Following the appearance of this light, Zhou Tong instantly threw the javelin in his hand. This javelin turned into a stream of light and heavily pierced the wild bull's abdomen. The wild bull cried out in pain and ran a few steps away. Then, its limbs went soft and it directly fell down. After a month, I finally engraved the first rune. The effect is not bad. Zhou Tong's face was a little pale, but the joy in his eyes was not hidden at all. He walked from behind the bushes to the wild bull's side and directly dismembered it with his knife. He used the spring water to clean the meat and then carried it away. Although this wild bull wasn't very big, it still weighed at least 400 pounds after bleeding. However, Zhou Tong carried the wild bull and left easily. If others saw this kind of strength, they would definitely exclaim that the overlord was alive. After a month of cultivation, it was only the first rune of the Lightning Emperor technique, but it had already made Zhou Tong undergo a complete transformation. His strength had skyrocketed by several times. Returning to his residence, Zhou Tong set up the wild bull and barbecued it. Not long after, the aroma of the meat assailed his nostrils. The beef began to turn golden and glossy. Drops of oil dripped onto the firewood below, making zzz sounds. The first rune can be considered completed. Although my strength has increased greatly, using the rune will still consume a lot of qi and blood. Zhou Tong thought silently in his heart as he ate the beef. However, this meal is enough to replenish the qi and blood I lost. Next, I can begin the cultivation of the second rune. After casually eating a few pounds of beef and putting the rest of the meat aside, Zhou Tong immediately began the cultivation of the second rune. Chapter 5. Insects chirped, the mountain was silent, and birds flew through the forest. In the depths of Kunlun Mountain, a white mountain mist pervaded the air, transforming into a myriad of illusions. It was like the scene of an immortal land. In a cave surrounded by 3 huge rocks, Zhou Tong sat cross-legged. His appearance was solemn, as if he had turned into a Buddha statue, becoming one with the huge rocks around him. Boom! However, under the seemingly calm exterior, there seemed to be thunder rumbling. As the blood flowed, it actually triggered waves of thunder heavenly drums. At this time, Zhou Tong's palms emitted light. Finally, it spread upwards, and countless bone runes appeared on his small arms. They flickered and were very mysterious. However, in the instant these bone runes spread to his arms, all of the bone runes suddenly flowed. Crackle! A thunderous explosion rang out. The countless runes turned into streaks of electricity that wrapped around Zhou Tong's body. At this moment, every inch of Zhou Tong's flesh was shining. Runes were faintly discernible, and with the addition of the lightning current, it was as if a thunder god had descended. Boom! Suddenly, a low rumble of thunder resounded. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. A palm formed by lightning suddenly grabbed a huge rock. With a boom, this huge rock immediately shattered. Countless charred rocks flew out in all directions. 1 year, I've finally reached this step. I can finally use the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique without any injuries. Seeing the results of his attack, Zhou Tong's eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. To him, the most difficult part of cultivation was the first trial, the refinement of the first bone rune. As long as he passed this first trial, the following cultivation would be much easier. Especially the most recent comprehension of thunder, it allowed him to understand these runes a step further. He thoroughly refined all of the bone runes into every inch of his flesh. Up until now, every time he used a treasure technique, these runes were like a treasure furnace that endlessly provided essence, energy, and spirit. It made him feel full of spirit and comfortable all over. He knew that this was because the cultivation of the blood transformation realm had reached a crucial point. The nourishment of the bone runes no longer required his own blood. The bone runes that he cultivated before also began to automatically absorb the world's essence from the outside world to feed back to Zhou Tong. From now on, the cultivation of the chaotic ancient technique could be considered to have entered the door, forming a virtuous cycle. Only at this step could he be considered to have truly entered the blood transformation realm. I still need half a year of cultivation, then I can temporarily leave the mountain," Zhou Tong silently said. In the following half a year's time, Zhou Tong's improvement was even faster. The Thunder Emperor technique's bone texts still continuously fused into his body. Every inch of his flesh and blood was sparkling and translucent, as if there were ancient gods sitting cross-legged within. The countless runes were constantly transforming and reforming, transforming Zhou Tong's physique bit by bit, causing his blood, qi, and body to become even stronger. The faint world's essence floating in the Kunlun Mountains seemed to be attracted by Zhou Tong. Bit by bit, it began to condense around Zhou Tong's body. The treasure technique that Zhou Tong refined in his body was the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique. By refining the runes of the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique into his flesh, he seemed to have transformed into a small Thunder Emperor. He was like a small vicious ten cultivating. Even if it was the age of chaos, the world's essence would naturally flow towards him. Half a year later, whoosh, 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 Zhou Tong carried a huge rock that was at least 5,000 jin as he continuously climbed up. Drops of sweat dripped from his forehead, leaving behind a trail of footprints. Boom! Finally reaching the peak, he took a deep breath and put down the huge rock. The entire peak slightly shook. After cultivating to this step, I can already use the reincarnation mirror again. Zhou Tong stood at the peak and looked down at the mountains as he softly said. A cool breeze blew, and the few parasol trees in the courtyard swayed gently. The lush branches and leaves made a rustling sound. The fresh air blew in from the window. Those who know one will know nothing. Those who don't know one will know nothing. Tao starts from one, and its nobility has no partner. It lives in one place, just like heaven, earth, and man. Heaven obtains one to be clear, earth obtains one to be peaceful, man obtains one to be alive, and God obtains one to be spiritual. Yi Fan sat beside an antique table, and a pot of tea emitted bursts of tea fragrance. He slowly put down the ancient book in his hand, and there was a trace of leisure in his calm eyes. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, a knock on the door broke the silence. "The door is not closed, come in." Yi Fan chuckled. The door opened and Zhou Tong slowly walked into the room. He directly sat opposite Yi Fan. "Long time no see." Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. He had already seen that the current Zhou Tong was very different from the him when he graduated. Although his appearance did not change, his temperament was completely different. "Yes, long time no see." Zhou Tong also smiled. "I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a year and a half, you would become like this? Ancient books tea. Living a life of retirement in advance? It's just an hobby." Yi Fan smiled and said, "But you, for a year and a half, there was no news at all. You didn't join the group that the class built later. I heard from Pangbo that even your parents don't know what you are doing. Li Chongqing and the others are still wondering if you're doing something illegal." Li Chongqing, haha. Zhou Tong chuckled. Li Chongqing was quite a powerful person. At the graduation reception, although he seemed to be very forthright in drinking with Zhou Tong and the others, in fact, he was only interested in Zhou Tong's future, the future at that time. At that time, Zhou Tong had great hopes of entering the national team and winning glory for the country in the future. "Do you believe it?" Zhou Tong asked back. "At first, I kind of believed it, but now," Yi Fan said, shaking his head. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and said, "There is only one thing that can make a man change so much from wanting to be extraordinary to wanting to be ordinary. It seems that you and Li Xiaoman are over. Time can dilute everything." Yi Fan did not say much, but only responded with a sigh. "But you suddenly appeared this time. Are you going to reveal your secret?" Yi Fan asked curiously. "For a year and a half there was no news at all. You really can bear it?" "Forget it. It's meaningless to say it now." Zhou Tong shook his head. It's just that I see a completely different path from now. It's hard to say the specific things, and I can't explain it clearly. If you understand it, you will understand it. If you don't, it's useless to say anything. Seeing that Zhou Tong still refused to say, Yi Fan stared at him and stopped asking. The two talked for a long time, from the school to the future. Late at night, the two said goodbye. Chapter 6. This was the Eternal Dragon Mountain, the ancestor of mountains. It was vast and boundless, majestic and intimidating, as if a living true dragon was hibernating here. Zhou Tong stood at the peak of the mountain and looked at the scene in the distance. He praised in his heart, "This is the real Kunlun Mountains. What I saw before was only a corner of Kunlun Mountains. Not only is the essence energy of heaven and earth dense, but it is also the height of heaven and earth." After entering the real Kunlun Mountains, Zhou Tong immediately felt like a bird flying in the sky and a fish swimming in the sea. The oppressive feeling of the outside world during the age of chaos instantly disappeared without a trace. This was the Kunlun Mountains, and it was also the path that Yi Fan found in the memories of his previous life. In Yi Fan's previous life, he was the elder brother of Ruthless. He was taken away by the Yuhua God dynasty and brought here as a blood sacrifice to become an immortal cauldron. It could be said that the memories of his previous life were a map that led to the land of immortality of Kunlun, and it was a map that led to the deepest part. After obtaining this map, Zhou Tong didn't hesitate at all. He directly followed the path on the map and entered the real Kunlun Mountains. The real Kunlun Mountains were endless. At a glance, it was boundless. Every mountain peak was like a dragon bone that towered into the clouds, majestic and magnificent. The ancient pine trees were green and the waterfall was boundless. It was like a painting in front of him. Huff. Inhale. As soon as he entered the depths of Kunlun Mountains, Zhou Tong sat cross-legged on the spot and quietly exhaled. The essence energy in Kunlun Mountains was too strong. Just by circulating the bone texts a little, his entire body was instantly glowing. Amazing, truly amazing. If I had cultivated here from the beginning, I would have saved half a year's time. Just by circulating the Thunder Emperor's treasured skill a little, Zhou Tong immediately felt a huge amount of essence energy surging towards him. His strength increased by dozens of kilograms. There are definitely countless dangers in Kunlun Mountain. Fortunately, there are countless formations on the mountain. As long as I follow the safest path, I can avoid countless dangers. Zhou Tong thought for a while and immediately continued to move forward. This was an expanse of primitive desolation that was utterly impossible to see the end of, and it was like a vast starry sky. Every single mountain was shockingly tall and coiled with clouds and mist, and it was suffused with the qi of the beginning of the heavens and the earth. If Zhou Tong didn't know the specific path, he might have gotten lost. Boom! After walking for a short distance, the ground began to tremble. Not far away, several monsters were moving forward. Each monster was over 100 meters tall and had a terrifying aura. Zhou Tong only took a glance and immediately hid to prevent himself from being seen by this monster. There were many ancient beasts in the Kunlun Mountains. This place might be a forbidden zone, but it was separated into many relatively safe zones by Dao patterns, allowing all kinds of creatures to survive. Only after these monsters left did he dare to continue forward. Along the way, the ancient trees were tall and strong. Countless old trees had grown for countless years and towered into the clouds. Sometimes there were even a few trees together that covered a radius of several miles. There were also many old vines that were like horned dragons that coiled around a few mountains. They were verdant and vigorous. After entering the Kunlun Mountains, Zhou Tong was very careful. He cultivated as he moved forward. With the boundless essence of the Kunlun Mountains, various rare beasts, and even some spirit herbs, his cultivation in the blood transformation realm was progressing by leaps and bounds. His physical strength was also becoming more terrifying by the day. In just 3 months, Zhou Tong's physical strength was already close to 70,000 jin. In half a month, he could increase his strength by 10,000 jin. This Kunlun Mountains is truly too astonishing. If it wasn't for the fact that I rarely went to pick herbs and was afraid of alarming those monsters, I might have already reached the limit of the blood transformation realm. The further he went, the denser the essence of heaven and earth became. Because the essence of the entire vital planet was gathered in the Kunlun Mountains, the cultivation conditions here even surpassed countless places in the Big Dipper star region. However, as Zhou Tong moved forward, the surrounding movements gradually became less and less. Because he was getting closer and closer to the central region of the Kunlun Mountains, the nearby Dao patterns were becoming denser and denser. If other creatures approached this place, they might die here. It's getting more and more dangerous ahead. Zhou Tong looked at the Kunlun Mountains in front of him and sighed slightly. However, his expression immediately became serious. Although it's dangerous, I have a map. It's not as dangerous as when Heavenly Emperor Huang traveled alone in the Great Wilderness when he was young. We are both in the blood transformation realm, but Heavenly Emperor Huang could travel 300,000 li alone. I can do it too. With this thought, Zhou Tong immediately threw away all the burdens in his heart and directly advanced into the depths of the Kunlun Mountains without any fear. After traveling for several days, Zhou Tong saw all sorts of rare fays along the way. He even dug up a small herb king. After finding the young herb king, Zhou Tong found a safe place and directly swallowed the young herb king. Just as he swallowed the young herb king, Zhou Tong immediately felt an incomparably hot flame springing up from his body and rapidly burning his entire body, limbs, and bones. He couldn't help but glow all over his body, and then he was drenched in sweat. In just an instant, it was as if he had been fished out of water. His entire body was drenched, and steam was rising. At the same time, multicolored light overflowed in all directions. His skin was penetrated by the medicinal power and became sparkling and translucent. His bones were also crackling, and there were even blue electric arcs blooming from his body. As expected of a young herb king that had lived for tens of thousands of years, the medicinal power was truly terrifying. On the spot, Zhou Tong clearly felt that his entire body was swollen and painful. His limbs and bones felt like they were being tempered, and the bones in his body were also glowing white. Strands of divine light penetrated Zhou Tong's body and turned into lumps of light mist, completely drowning him. It took a long time for it to disperse. After a full 3 days, the medicinal power was gradually digested. It could be said that the medicinal power of a young herb king that had lived for tens of thousands of years was truly terrifying. Even if Zhou Tong channeled the Lightning Emperor's treasure art, it still took him an entire day to completely digest this medicinal power. When he opened his eyes on the second day, Zhou Tong immediately felt that his entire body was sticky and very uncomfortable. Meridian changing and marrow cleansing? Even my skin has become a lot whiter. Zhou Tong was astonished at his own changes, and his eyes flashed with a hint of joy. He went to a small lake not far away, and after taking off his clothes, he directly jumped in with a splash. However, just as he was about to leave, a whirlpool suddenly appeared on the surface of the water. Immediately after, a strange fish jumped out from the water and opened its mouth to bite Zhou Tong. Just in time, let's test my progress. Zhou Tong was eager to give it a try. He felt that he was approaching his limit, and this was the perfect opportunity to test the limits of the blood movement realm. He pointed with his finger, Lightning Emperor's finger. Boom! There seemed to be a thunderous explosion in the heaven and earth. This finger attack was like a thunderbolt exploding in front of him. The strange fish's body suddenly shook as an extremely powerful force penetrated its body. Its internal organs were shattered, and it heavily smashed into the water without any signs of life. Chapter 7. Night fell and stars dotted the sky. The flames were crackling. Zhou Tong was sitting quietly beside the flames. There was a huge pile of fish bones beside him. It was the giant fish that had attacked him before. Runes emitted a sparkling light. The light gathered and surged to his lower abdomen. A dazzling radiance was formed there, as if a blazing sun was slowly rising. After sitting cross-legged for a long time, the ball of light finally dissipated. Zhou Tong sighed and said somewhat helplessly, "After using the Thunder Emperor technique to refine the Little Herb King, I have already reached the limit of 50,000 pounds in the blood movement realm, but I still can't sense the sea of bitterness." In fact, from Yi Fan's previous life, Zhou Tong had not only obtained the map of Kunlun Mountain, but also a scripture. It was the Feather Conversion scripture passed down by the Feather Emperor. After all, Yi Fan's previous life was a blood sacrifice to become an immortal cauldron. If his special constitution could not be developed, the blood sacrifice would be useless. As for special constitutions, generally speaking, the small success stage was the 4 extreme secret realms. Therefore, the Feather Conversion scripture only had 2 sections: the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm and the Tao Palace secret realm. There were no secret techniques or secret techniques in it, only the purest path of cultivation. Do I really have the sacred body of the ancients? Is the sea of bitterness as hard as divine iron and can only be melted by the power of divine medicine? Zhou Tong doubted it more than once. After he obtained the Feather Conversion scripture, he immediately began to cultivate, but every time he was stuck at the first step. No matter how hard he tried, his sea of bitterness was like a piece of iron that could not be broken. No matter how much qi and blood surged in his body and how many runes there were, it was difficult to break through the defense of the sea of bitterness. The chaotic ancient technique has been eliminated. Now I'm cultivating the technique created by the Huangtian Emperor. Moreover, the chaotic ancient technique I obtained is not complete. If I continue to cultivate it, there may not be any good result. Zhou Tong looked at the center of Kunlun Mountain. It seems that my only hope is there. There was a white tiger divine medicine in Kunlun Mountain. In the center of the celestial pool, there was some celestial liquid used to repair the immortal cauldron. With these things, he might be able to open up his sea of reincarnation in advance. Of course, all of this was just a sliver of hope. The white tiger divine medicine was not so easy to obtain. As for the immortal liquid at the center of Kunlun Mountain, which was used to repair the immortal cauldron, the chances were even slimmer. Forget it. I'll just treat it as a trial. It doesn't matter if I get it or not. In any case, I'll be able to go to Big Dipper in a few years' time. I'll be able to get some fruits by following Yi Fan. However, if you want to reach that place, what comes next is the real test. For the next part of the journey, there will be a huge batch of demonic beasts at the Immortal Foundation realm cultivating there. With this thought, Zhou Tong also put down some of his future thoughts and began to quietly circulate the Lightning Emperor's treasure technique. Instantly, Zhou Tong's entire body glowed as runes appeared one after another. These runes were complex and profound. They shone brightly and constantly changed, as if the endless stars in the sky were moving. Zhou Tong continued to cultivate, fusing these runes bit by bit into his flesh and blood. They were fused into multicolored light, transforming into divine light. This was the ultimate profoundness of the chaotic ancient art's blood transformation realm. Fusing every drop of his blood into the runes, transforming them into an eternal divine furnace that emitted boundless light, nourishing his body. At this moment, Zhou Tong's pores opened up. A vast amount of essence qi started to gather around Zhou Tong. Every drop of his blood became a strand of divinity, absorbing and spitting out divine radiance, nurturing lightning. It was as if there was a god of thunder sitting cross-legged within. Crackle! Thunderous sounds rang out. Zhou Tong's entire body was emitting lightning. Countless specks of light were like streaks of lightning, densely packed together. It was as if there were countless thunder gods rumbling and emitting light, illuminating the blue sky. Continue forward. After a night, Zhou Tong didn't choose to stop and continued forward. He needed the treasures in the depths of Kunlun Mountain to help him open up his sea of reincarnation. Along the way, Zhou Tong's speed had increased by quite a bit after reaching the pinnacle of the blood transformation realm. He directly followed the fastest path in his memory. Along the way, he passed through mountains and streams while avoiding many vicious beasts. Of course, there were also fierce battles along the way. Although he didn't know the specific realms of his opponents and didn't know how their realms compared to his current blood transformation realm, those battles were very difficult. If it wasn't for the Thunder Emperor's supreme technique, perhaps even Zhou Tong would have been in danger. However, he knew that those who could fight with him were only small pawns in the depths of Kunlun Mountain. Those truly terrifying vicious beasts were not something that Zhou Tong could deal with. In the following days, Zhou Tong had fought many bloody battles and encountered many dangers. He had killed many vicious beasts, but at the same time, he had also suffered many serious injuries. His clothes were now in tatters, and his clothes were dyed red with blood. In the end, he could only change into new beast skins to cover his body. During this period, he even encountered a few vicious beasts that he couldn't deal with. Fortunately, Zhou Tong had a map of Kunlun Mountain in his mind. He borrowed the Tao patterns here, and was finally able to get rid of those vicious beasts. The current Zhou Tong looked like a barbarian that had walked out from the great desolate lands. He wore beast skins, had a beard, and did not care about his appearance. He had bronze-colored skin and rock-like muscles. He also had a pair of bright black eyes that could shake one's soul, causing one to tremble in fear. The most terrifying thing was that when his blood transformation realm reached the pinnacle of 50,000 jin, he still continued to advance. The daily battles and the 10,000-year-old spirit herbs that could be seen everywhere in Kunlun Mountain caused his physique to constantly transform and become stronger with each passing day. His arms' 50,000 jin of strength also quickly increased under this type of cultivation. As he continuously cultivated, a layer of radiance appeared around his entire body. This was produced by his flesh, representing a type of pinnacle realm, the pinnacle of blood transformation realm. A single arm swing, 106,000 jin of divine force. Following the appearance of this layer of radiance, Zhou Tong also understood that he truly reached the limit of the blood transformation realm. A single arm of 50,000 jin of divine force, this was the limit of the blood transformation realm, the limit of this realm. Perhaps because of the difference in species, there would be a certain amount of fluctuation. For example, the heavenly horned ant, this type of creature, could reach 120,000 jin, but the limit of the human race was around 100,000 jin of divine force. No matter how powerful one's physique was, they could only approach 110,000 jin, unable to break past it. For example, Heavenly Emperor Huang's current limit was 108,000 jin. Am I still lacking 2,000 jin of strength compared to Heavenly Emperor Huang? Zhou Tong was a bit unwilling to accept this. He recalled a few secret methods, the methods cultivated by Heavenly Emperor Huang's disciples. In the chaotic ancient era, there were some people who mainly cultivated present world methods, which was why they produced some results. They could use these results to quickly break through the limits set by their predecessors. Meanwhile, the memories Zhou Tong obtained came precisely from Heavenly Emperor Huang's disciple, who was also an expert who mainly cultivated present world methods. I remember that in his cultivation memories, he knew of 2 methods to break through the blood transformation realm's pinnacle. Zhou Tong recalled. The first is to refine immortal energy, but I haven't cultivated immortal energy yet, so I won't consider it. The second is precisely a body tempering secret method. There are flame tempering, astral wind tempering, frost tempering, and all types of other methods. The cultivation process is extremely cruel, requiring large amounts of spiritual medicines. The most suitable method for my current state is precisely lightning body tempering. Chapter 8. Lightning body tempering. This method is extremely dangerous. I definitely can't practice it here. I have to at least enter the Dragon Mountain. Zhou Tong's heart trembled when he thought of the lightning body tempering secret method. This method was too cruel and painful. Without entering the Dragon Mountain, the surrounding restrictions were not strong enough. He did not dare to practice it at all, because if he was ambushed by ferocious beasts in the process of cultivation, it would be terrible. After resting for a while, Zhou Tong continued on his journey. There was no danger for the next part of the journey. Finally, after 3 days, he saw the deepest part of Kunlun Mountain. The place where the immortal ascension cauldron was placed finally appeared in front of him. What an amazing scenery! Zhou Tong exclaimed. The scene in front of him was extremely shocking. Tens of thousands of mountain peaks clustered together to form a huge valley. Each mountain peak was like a dragon's head, as if it was made by heaven. The dragon's head on each mountain peak was spitting out essence. Immortal chi was dense and spiritual chi was rising, condensing in the valley. It was indescribably mysterious. The bodies of the tens of thousands of dragon veins were buried underground. Only the dragon's head stood upright, spitting out all kinds of essence of heaven and earth, nourishing the immortal essence of the land of immortal ascension. It's hard to imagine how amazing this central valley is, Zhou Tong exclaimed, and the scorching heat in his eyes became more and more intense. He stared at the tens of thousands of dragon head mountain peaks. There seemed to be huge dragons circling there, flying and overlapping. Tens of thousands of huge dragons raised their heads and roared. They were all formed by dragon chi. Especially in the center of the immortal valley surrounded by tens of thousands of dragons, it was boundless and gushing with auspicious chi. There were hundreds of millions of strands of multicolored light, and immortal light shot out one after another. After calming himself down, Zhou Tong recalled all the maps again and immediately walked towards the mountain peak. The land of immortal ascension transcended the mortal world and should not exist in this world. There was no dirt or dust on the ground. Instead, it flickered with a jade-like luster. There were no weeds here. Ordinary plants could not grow here. Only some extremely high-level precious medicine could grow here. I'm finally here. I'm safe. As soon as he arrived here, Zhou Tong didn't think too much. He sat cross-legged on the ground and stuffed a precious medicine he found on the road into his mouth. He casually chewed a few times and swallowed it into his stomach. Begin lightning body tempering. Without any pause, Zhou Tong began. The Thunder Emperor's secret art was activated. With a boom, a thick thunderbolt shot out like a lightning snake. However, the lightning snake that had rushed out suddenly changed directions. The snake head made of lightning swallowed Zhou Tong whole. Boom! It was unknown how many lightning bolts exploded and danced around Zhou Tong's body. Streaks of blazing lightning snakes swam around at extreme speed, looking incomparably crazy. Almost immediately, Zhou Tong's skin exploded. Wherever the lightning snake swam, it was all charred black. Crimson blood seeped out from the cracks and was quickly evaporated by the electric current. With just this first impact, Zhou Tong's entire body was immediately in incomparable pain. It was as if countless sawteeth were ruthlessly cutting his body, sawing apart every part of his body. Zhou Tong felt that his body would fall apart at any time. A heart-wrenching pain. A bone-chilling cold. It was as if he was being cut into pieces. Feeling this intense pain, Zhou Tong's thoughts kept boiling in his mind. He wanted to resist, but under the electric current, his entire body was numb. He couldn't move, and he couldn't even scream. Endure. Endure. If I can't even endure this little pain, how can I compete with those geniuses in the future? Zhou Tong's heart was also filled with determination. He endured the pain and began to cultivate according to the body-tempering secret art. The precious medicine that he had just swallowed immediately turned into a warm current that began to flow all over his body. The places that were destroyed by the electric current immediately began to be reborn. Step by step, he circulated his divine power and stimulated his blood to break through the barrier. This was a method to forcefully break through the limit of the blood movement realm. It was a supreme secret art created by the sages of the ancient chaos era. By cultivating this method, as long as one could endure the pain, they would be able to go further and further in the blood movement realm. Step by step, they would break through the limit of the blood movement realm. Finally, after 3 days, the medicinal properties of the precious medicine had completely dissipated. The electric current on Zhou Tong's body also disappeared along with it. Zhou Tong suddenly stood up. His body shook and his muscles suddenly swelled outward. A layer of sparkling and translucent light appeared. This was the light of the limit of the blood movement realm. However, compared to the previous light, the current light was a bit denser. 109,500 Jin of divine power. Zhou Tong calculated in his mind and immediately understood his current situation. The first time he underwent the body-tempering lightning, his divine power increased by 3,500 Jin. Let's do it again. Zhou Tong took a few more steps forward and found a brand new precious medicine. He repeated the same trick and continued to swallow this precious medicine into his stomach. Then, he circulated the Lightning Emperor's technique again. This kind of body-tempering lightning was extremely dangerous. Not only did it require the cultivator's willpower, it also required a large amount of precious medicine. Otherwise, if one rashly endured the bombardment of lightning, their body would be destroyed. However, the good thing was that this was the 99 Dragon Mountains of the Kunlun Mountains. There was no lack of precious medicine here. Even if Zhou Tong didn't know any alchemy methods and couldn't completely unleash the medicinal properties of these medicines, with such quantity and quality of precious medicine, completing the body-tempering lightning was more than enough. Boom! Lightning continuously descended. These lightning bolts were all produced by Zhou Tong using the Lightning Emperor's technique. They were extremely strong and yang. Every time the body-tempering lightning was used, Zhou Tong's body seemed to be torn apart, reassembled, torn apart, and reassembled. The torn body absorbed the medicinal properties of the precious medicine and reassembled according to the body-tempering technique. For an entire 2 months, Zhou Tong had been continuously tempering his body. His body also became stronger and stronger. When his strength reached 120,000 Jin, the body-tempering lightning finally stopped. With a swing of one arm, 120,000 Jin of divine power. This is already the limit of the blood movement realm. Zhou Tong silently said in his heart, if I want to continue using this technique, I have to cultivate to the grotto heaven realm. The body-tempering lightning technique couldn't continue to strengthen. Reaching 120,000 Jin of divine power was already the limit. If he wanted to continue to strengthen, he had to break through to the grotto heaven realm. In fact, in the chaotic ancient era, many experts who cultivated the present world techniques had all reached the heavenly god realm and then used the ancient techniques to recultivate their previous realm. Next, I can try again and see if I can activate the Sea of Reincarnation. Zhou Tong took a deep breath and sat cross-legged again. Soon, he calmed down. His whole body was sparkling and translucent. One rune after another bloomed in his body. A huge amount of spiritual essence was constantly gathering. Then, according to the feather transformation scripture, it rushed toward his lower abdomen. Boom! Zhou Tong only heard a loud noise. He vaguely felt that his spiritual essence was like hitting a steel plate. It couldn't penetrate at all. Then, the qi and blood in his body shook. Failed again. It seems that I might really be the sacred body of the ancients. The sea of bitterness is like divine iron. It needs the most powerful treasure to melt it. Zhou Tong sighed softly. It seems that I can only continue to cultivate according to the chaotic ancient method. Chapter 9. After carefully thinking about the mysteries of the Grotto Heaven realm, Zhou Tong began to figure out the mysteries. With the cultivation experience of Huang Tian Emperor's grand disciple and the supreme secret technique, Zhou Tong gained a new understanding of the Grotto Heaven realm every time he comprehended it. More than 10 days passed in a flash. He spent every day here comprehending the landscape of the 99 Dragon Mountains, looking at the trajectory of the sun, moon, and stars, listening to the pulse of the mountains, smelling the fragrance of the medicinal herbs. His entire being became more and more ethereal. He seemed to be in a daze, but also seemed to have abandoned everything. He threw himself into his next transformation, constantly comprehending the arts, studying the profoundness of the runes, comprehending the profoundness of the Thunder Emperor's technique, and the fluctuations of nature. The 99 Dragon Mountains were incomparably quiet. No one disturbed him. Occasionally, a cool breeze would blow, bringing with it waves of medicinal fragrance. Zhou Tong sat there cross-legged the entire time, immersed in the world of cultivation. Even when his eyes opened and closed, runes would appear and disappear. On this day, Zhou Tong suddenly seemed to have comprehended something. He grasped the true essence of the Grotto Heaven realm. In an instant, his entire body sublimated. His entire body was sparkling and translucent, enveloped by runes. In that instant, his entire body seemed to be cast from immortal gold, releasing dazzling precious light. Symbols transformed into lightning deities one after another, absorbing the natural luck of heaven and earth, refining the divine essence, preparing for the heavenly passage he was about to establish. The Grotto Heaven realm was a cultivation realm of the chaotic ancient technique. At the same time, it was also a method of cultivation. This realm focused on absorbing the fortune of the world, comprehending the true meaning of the runes, and understanding the order and changes of the world. Then, one could use this to open a small world. This was the so-called Grotto Heaven realm. One could open a pure land, a world, either inside or outside the body. Boom! Just when everything was ready, a loud voice suddenly rang out, shaking the entire 99 Dragon Mountains. Even the immortal mist that filled the Dragon Mountains seemed to be attracted, and a trace of it descended. A dazzling array of runes suddenly appeared. They were densely packed and dazzling. Each rune seemed to be cast from immortal gold as they imprinted themselves in the void, completely drowning Zhou Tong. Buzz! At the same time, a surge of qi and blood surged into the sky like a rolling river. Finally, a volcano-like cave appeared above Zhou Tong's head. This was the heavenly Grotto Heaven. It was so real, as if it was really carved out of rock. It was grayish-brown in color, simple and majestic, and it floated about a meter above Zhou Tong's head. Within this paradise that resembled the mouth of a volcano, there was a surging life aura. Scarlet-red like blood, brilliant like gold, resplendent and dazzling, surging like magma. The so-called Grotto Heaven realm was actually a realm that seized the good fortune of the world. The Grotto Heaven communicated with the power of the natural order of heaven and earth, and then absorbed these things from the outside world. Then it smelted and connected with the Grotto Heaven, and finally formed the magma-like life essence inside the Grotto Heaven. When one cultivated to this level, it was equivalent to communicating with the outside world and absorbing divine power from the heaven and earth. From then on, it would be continuous and could maintain the vitality of one's body. It could be said that as long as one cultivated to this realm, as long as one did not engage in too fierce a battle, it would be difficult to exhaust one's strength and one could always maintain a peak state. Boom! At this moment, the Grotto Heaven above Zhou Tong's head was constantly surging with blood-red essence energy. Then, it naturally flowed downwards and fell into Zhou Tong's body. Whoosh! It was as if a gust of wind had blown past, and a whirlwind seemed to have appeared in the 99 Dragon Mountains. The whirlwind blew the essence energy emitted from the Dragon Mountains and began to pour into Zhou Tong's grotto heaven. This was the most direct and fastest way to plunder from the outside world. From this, one could see how domineering the grotto heaven realm was. The 99 Dragon Mountains, which were already extremely rich in essence energy, were stimulated like this, and a huge amount of fog began to surround Zhou Tong's body. So that's how it is. Is this the grotto heaven realm? Zhou Tong felt more and more mysterious. Just by opening one grotto heaven, he felt his entire body was very comfortable, as if he was about to become a feather and ascend. The essence energy from the 99 Dragon Mountains was simply too abundant. The endless essence energy nourished him, and the essence energy in the grotto heaven flowed even faster. Zhou Tong felt his entire body was warm and sparkling, and his face was completely red. Boom! At this moment, Zhou Tong's body trembled violently, and another rumbling sound was heard. Multicolored light filled the sky, and thousands of auspicious colors were released. The rumbling sound was ear-splitting. On the left side of his body, another grayish-brown volcano appeared. Inside, there was silver magma that was rolling and flowing. The second grotto heaven. Zhou Tian could not help but reveal a trace of a smile. With his accumulation in the blood transformation realm, once he opened a grotto heaven, there would definitely be more than one. His accumulation was about to erupt at this moment. Boom! Very quickly, another trembling sound was heard. Immediately after, runes filled the sky and surged like a vast ocean, forming a boundless domain of order, overflowing with auspicious lights. The third grotto heaven was formed. Boom! Boom! Soon after, two more sounds were heard, followed by the sound of wind and thunder. Purple clouds rose around Zhou Tong's body, and the clouds were faintly discernible. Moreover, there were bursts of multicolored light, and auspicious colors surged. The fourth and fifth grotto heaven were also formed at this moment. At this point, Zhou Tong's breakthrough could be considered to have truly come to an end. 5 grayish-brown volcanoes formed around him, continuously absorbing energy from the void. Red, silver, purple, gold, and green magma surged and entered his body. 5 grotto heavens in one breakthrough. This is even more than Heavenly Emperor Huang in the past. Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. Of course, he did not have the slightest bit of arrogance in his heart. This was because his accumulation in the blood transformation realm was completed by relying on the secret technique of thunder tempering the body. Heavenly Emperor Huang did not have such a secret technique in the past. Moreover, the place where he broke through was the 99 Dragon Mountains. Heavenly Emperor Huang's environment was far inferior to his. Most importantly, when he broke through, he had the insights of his predecessors to refer to. However, Heavenly Emperor Huang completely relied on his own insights to cultivate. However, since I have entered the grotto heaven realm, I have to complete this realm. Then, he sat down cross-legged and quietly comprehended the feeling of the grotto heaven realm. He was immersed in it. The magma in the grotto heaven surged out and drowned him. For a moment, a light mist rose around Zhou Tong, looking incomparably mysterious. After comprehending for an entire day, he stopped and stood up. The 5 volcanoes converged and gradually disappeared. However, the moment the grotto heaven converged, Zhou Tong suddenly felt that there seemed to be a slight ripple in his lower abdomen. Sea of Reincarnation? Is my Sea of Reincarnation going to open? Zhou Tong was ecstatic, but he immediately understood. Yes, the original Sea of Reincarnation secret realm was created by Heavenly Emperor Huang with his only grotto heaven. The Sea of Reincarnation itself is extremely similar to the grotto heaven. At this point, he immediately sat down cross-legged and activated the Sea of Reincarnation according to the method of the feather transformation scripture. After all, the ancient chaos scripture was just a stopgap measure for him to build his foundation. This scripture had now been eliminated by the era. He still had to walk the path of the heaven-shrouding scripture. Chapter 10. I failed again. Could it be that I must have divine medicine or open up 10 heavenly caves to activate the sea of reincarnation? Zhou Tong sighed again. However, this time, he could already feel that his wheel of life was as hard as divine metal. Even if he used the essence of 5 heavenly caves to attack it, he couldn't break it. He could only shake it slightly. One had to know that when he tried to cultivate before, his sea of reincarnation was completely silent. He couldn't sense anything. Even if he tried to attack it, he only felt that he had hit an iron plate. But now, he could clearly feel what he had hit. If that's the case, then I'll continue to cultivate. If 5 heavenly caves aren't enough, then I'll open 10. Zhou Tong was also ruthless. Since he had already decided to embark on this path of cultivation, he would not allow himself to give up halfway. First, I'll still have to temper my body with lightning. After cultivating to the heavenly cave realm, I can continue to cultivate this secret technique. Zhou Tong continued to advance along the safe path on the 99 Dragon Mountains. Soon, he found another spiritual medicine that was 30 to 40,000 years old. Without thinking too much, he continued to activate the Thunder Emperor's technique like before. Immediately, a huge thunder dragon appeared and crashed heavily onto Zhou Tong's body. For a moment, his skin and flesh were lacerated. At the same time, he began to guide the spiritual medicine in his body, using all of its medicinal properties to repair his body and strengthen his physique. He continued to cultivate as he advanced. The countless spiritual medicines along the way could be used to support his cultivation. The deeper he went, the more astonishing the age of the spiritual medicines along the way. Zhou Tong's cultivation also became more and more convenient. Suddenly, Zhou Tong's expression froze. In a stone forest, he saw a person sitting cross-legged on a piece of green jade. He had a dignified appearance and was surrounded by immortal qi. On his body, wisps of terrifying aura were emitted. It was incomparably frightening. Each wisp was more than 10,000 caddies heavy, like a demonic mountain pressing down on him. What a strong pressure! The moment he saw this person, Zhou Tong felt his body tremble. This power was simply too astonishing. A great saint, he's definitely a great saint. He died here. Zhou Tong was incomparably shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful creature. If he was still alive, just this aura alone would be enough to crush him to death. It's a pity that I can't examine this great sage's corpse. Otherwise, I could have obtained a great sage supreme treasure. Zhou Tong felt that it was a pity. If he could obtain this supreme treasure, perhaps he would not be lacking in Tao protectors for a long time. Well, that's fine. With the pressure of the great sage's corpse, as well as the spirit medicine I just picked, I might be able to create a 6th paradise. Zhou Tong immediately sat with his legs crossed facing the great martial saint. While comprehending the art of the lightning emperor, he also swallowed a leaf of a herb he had obtained from before. Suddenly, the enormous medicinal properties of this spiritual leaf turned into a green flame in Zhou Tong's body, burning fiercely, roasting his muscles and bones, tempering his flesh. Finally, Zhou Tian opened his eyes, and a brand new volcano appeared beside him. At this point, he had created a 6th paradise, and his strength had increased by another level. At this time, Zhou Tong's body was surging with essence qi. His 6th paradise was constantly spewing out essence qi. Runes intertwined, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It was as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. For the entire day, Zhou Tong did not move at all, comprehending the mysteries of the runes and comprehending a brand new power. Actually, for someone like me who has the cultivation experience of the Huangtian Emperor's grand disciple, the cultivation of the Paradise realm is not too difficult. There are ways to comprehend all kinds of things that need to be comprehended. Zhou Tian thought to himself as he recalled the cultivation methods in his heart. At the beginning of cultivation, the simplest thing was to imitate the footsteps of the predecessors. This was because in the early stages of cultivation, there was no need for anything of one's own. Only after reaching a certain level of cultivation would one need to comprehend one's own Tao. Of course, if one blindly imitated the predecessors in the early stages, one might not know where to go when one needed to walk one's own path. This was also the reason why many great emperors and ancient sovereign bloodlines were unable to prove their Tao in the end. They took a shortcut in the beginning, so when they needed to create their own Tao, they had less decisiveness and experience than those who fought their way up from the bottom. Why was the Huangtian Emperor so powerful that he could even create a system? It was because he had his own thoughts from the beginning of cultivation, and the path he walked was his own, without reference to the paths of the predecessors. Although I'm just imitating, for me, the chaotic antiquity art is only a temporary measure. What I need is to use the Paradise realm to open a sea of reincarnation, and then directly switch to the heaven-shrouding art. Zhou Tong already had some plans in mind. He did not stop and continued forward. After turning left and right, he entered a hilly area. Zhou Tong soon felt waves of blood and evil energy. Ahead was a crimson red, and blood energy was steaming. Outside the safe zone, another great sage was burning. He was much more miserable than the previous great sage, and half of his body was dried up. As he continued forward, the corpse of the third great sage appeared in front of him. This great sage's corpse was even more terrifying. His entire body was almost completely burned, and only a piece of bone and some blood stains were left. The further he went, the more terrifying the formation became. Just as Zhou Tong approached the immortal pregnant valley, which was surrounded by 10,000 dragon head peaks, Zhou Tong suddenly felt that his entire body was being targeted by a dense killing intent. It was as if it wanted to cut him into pieces. He could not help but swell up all the muscles in his body. This killing intent was not only targeting his physical body, but also his primordial spirit. Oh, what a terrifying killing intent! Zhou Tong's breathing was a little hurried. He was very sure that if he had not experienced the lightning tempering previously, which was a painful cultivation test that was close to cutting him into pieces, he would definitely be driven crazy by this killing intent, and then rush into the dangerous zone at the side. For the time being, I can't continue forward, Zhou Tong said silently in his heart, and then sat down cross-legged. As he resisted the killing intent, he quietly comprehended the Lightning Emperor's technique and the profound meaning of cultivation in the Grotto Heaven's secret realm. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Finally, with the help of the enormous essence on the Dragon Mountain, the stimulation of the killing intent everywhere, and the spiritual herbs that could be seen everywhere, Zhou Tong finally opened his 9th Grotto Heaven. Various runes flashed, and the 9 Grotto Heavens spewed out a sea of runes. The runes turned into a river of stars, and constantly danced around Zhou Tong. The scene here became more and more mysterious and shocking. In the end, in Zhou Tong's 9 Grotto Heavens, the Thunder Emperor, the Tao Wu, the Thunder Sky Sparrow, the Golden Winged Roc, the Tao Wu, the Pishio, the 5-colored Peacock, the Immemorial Yak, and the Lightning Bug, all of which were in the form of runes, and did not have any spirituality. These 9 kinds of divine birds and beasts were the treasured arts that Zhou Tong had inherited from the memory of the Huangtian Emperor's grand disciple. However, other than the Lightning Emperor's treasured arts, the Tao Wu's treasured arts, and the Thunder Sky Sparrow's treasured arts, the other treasured arts were only fragments. This was an opportunity after opening the 9 Grotto Heavens, to be able to manifest all the treasured arts runes in his heart, It was a rare opportunity to comprehend the runes. At this moment, Zhou Tong felt as if he had transformed into a Tao Wu, majestic and sacred, flying up from the earth, invincible in the world. Then, Zhou Tong felt as if he had transformed into a golden-winged rock, soaring up into the sky, unhindered in the 9 heavens. Then, he felt as if he had transformed into the Thunder Emperor, controlling thunder and lightning, wielding heavenly punishment, and ruling over all living things. In the end, all the runes surged together, and Zhou Tong saw an unprecedented new world. After a long time, the 9 grotto heavens slowly converged, and the runes entered Zhou Tong's body, and everything returned to normal. Chapter 11. Ninth Paradise. I can feel the fluctuations in the sea of reincarnation becoming more and more intense. As long as I can open up the 10th paradise, I will definitely be able to open up the sea of reincarnation. Zhou Tong took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and felt his strength. The realm of 9th paradise might be equivalent to the peak of the Tao Palace in the heaven-shrouding technique. Thinking of this, Zhou Tong hesitated. He remembered that in the original work, Yi Fan had obtained the Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold when he was at the 2nd heaven of the Tao Palace. At that time, he did not even pick up the Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold that weighed more than 5,000 kilograms. Although it might have been due to the element of surprise, Yi Fan's strength at that time might not have been as strong as Zhou Tong's at the blood movement realm, who could move 150,000 kilograms with a single arm. Opening up the 9th paradise was equivalent to taking a step forward. It was definitely equivalent to the peak of the Tao Palace's secret realms. Even some of the experts in the 4 extreme secret realms might not be his match. However, now that I have the Thunder Emperor technique to protect my body, I should be able to barely deal with the killing intent in the mountain. Zhou Tong said in his heart. Then, he suppressed the killing intent and continued forward. Pft! After walking for a short distance, an extremely powerful aura suddenly pressed down on him. Zhou Tong could not hold it in at all and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. He took a deep breath and glanced out of the corner of his eye. He saw a shattered corpse between the mountain rocks. A terrifying killing intent and an unparalleled aura came from the corpse. However, with just a glance, Zhou Tong immediately felt the blood in his body boil. His blood rumbled as if it was about to burst out and explode. 9 heavenly grottos, suppress! Zhou Tong subconsciously brought out the 9 heavenly grottos he had opened up. With the suppression of the 9th paradise, his body's reaction was greatly reduced. Especially the Thunder Emperor's phantom in one of the paradises, it seemed to suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, helping Zhou Tong block most of the killing intent. But even so, Zhou Tong's entire body was still cracked like an exquisite porcelain. He suddenly took out a spirit medicine, plucked a leaf, and stuffed it into his mouth. With the medicinal properties of this spirit herb, his body immediately stabilized. Although his body was still cracking, the healing power had reached a balance with the destructive power, and he could barely move forward. Is this the corpse of that quasi-emperor? Even though they were separated by a mile, they still possessed such terrifying power. Furthermore, this is a corpse from who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago, when most of its killing intent had dissipated. Zhou Tong was shocked. If he had not collected so many herbs, if he had not opened the 9 heavens, if he had not possessed the art of the lightning monarch, he would have died as soon as he approached the place. However, since this quasi-emperor's corpse is here, that supreme treasure must not be far ahead. Zhou Tong was slightly excited. He knew that he was about to reach the divine mark purple gold pagoda. As they continued forward, Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly lit up. There was a half-meter-tall purple pagoda on the road ahead. It was sparkling and translucent like a purple diamond, emitting a dreamy luster. It lay there quietly, as if it had fallen from the heavens. It was ancient and majestic, flowing with an indescribable aura. Divine Mark Purple Gold Pagoda. This is the greatest fortune of this trip to the Kunlun Mountains. Zhou Tong was a little excited. He had the material for his Tao-confirming weapon. Divine Mark Purple Gold. This was one of the famous divine metals in this world. The emperor weapons of Amitabha and Emperor Wan Long were made from this material. This divine metal was most famous for the veins on its body, as if they were carved by the gods. This was the so-called Divine Mark, which was why the Divine Mark Purple Gold Pagoda was named. Closer, closer, closer. Zhou Tong swallowed the leaves of a spirit medicine, and the cracks on his body instantly healed. He walked forward bit by bit, wanting to get closer to the pagoda and take it for himself. PFFF. Just as he walked to a certain distance, an extremely terrifying killing intent suddenly surged toward him. The other side of the Divine Mark Purple Gold Pagoda was stained with a few bloodstains, bright red and glaring, filled with killing intent. There's no way to get closer. If I can't purify those bloodstains, I definitely won't be able to move forward. Zhou Tong understood that this was his limit. This pagoda was stained with a trace of the Boundary Emperor's blood. Perhaps only a cutting Tao King could get close. Purify the Boundary Emperor's killing intent. Only by purifying this killing intent can I do it. Zhou Tong narrowed his eyes and waved his right hand. Lightning immediately danced, and a bright purple sea of lightning appeared, blasting toward the Divine Mark Purple Gold Pagoda fiercely and tyrannically. Boom! The lightning landed on the Divine Mark Purple Gold Pagoda, but the pagoda was not damaged at all. The Boundary Emperor's killing intent also seemed to be undamaged. Logically speaking, the most yang lightning should be the most effective against this bloodstain. Is it because my cultivation is too low? Zhou Tong frowned and then revealed a trace of ruthlessness. But so what if my cultivation is too low? I must obtain this pagoda. Even the Boundary Emperor's killing intent can't do anything to me. Thinking of this, he continued to send out lightning, bombarding the Divine Mark Purple Gold Pagoda. Huge arcs of lightning continued to linger in the sky above Dragon Mountain, crackling. The Divine Mark Purple Gold Pagoda was bathed in lightning, but it was not damaged at all. However, although it was not damaged, Zhou Tong could feel that the bloodstains on the Divine Mark Purple Gold Pagoda seemed to be shaken by him, falling off the pagoda bit by bit. I got it! Seeing this, Zhou Tong instantly understood how to deal with these bloodstains. He dug out a small piece of soil from the ground and kneaded it into 2 balls. Then, he suddenly showed his might. Zhou Tong and the 9 heavens on his body began to burn. Zhou Tong's aura once again broke through to a limit. Dong! Zhou Tong suddenly smashed the piece of soil in his hand heavily on the Divine Mark Purple Gold Pagoda. With Zhou Tong's current physical body, even if he did not use the Divine Power Treasured technique, he could still use hundreds of thousands of kilograms of divine power. When such a lump of soil smashed on the Divine Mark Purple Gold Pagoda, the entire pagoda actually shook. Good chance! The pagoda shook, and the pieces of Boundary Emperor blood were immediately shaken out of the Divine Mark Purple Gold Pagoda. At this time, Zhou Tong smashed the second piece of soil. This piece did not use much strength, and only hit the piece of Boundary Emperor blood. The powerful Boundary Emperor's killing intent instantly shattered this piece of soil, but there was still a strong impact on the Boundary Emperor blood. Immediately, the blood that contained killing intent was directly sent flying, leaving the safe zone and entering the forbidden zone that no one could touch. Boom! In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, and heaven and earth lost their color. Terrifying power interweaved in the void, instantly shattering the Boundary Emperor blood and the piece of soil. After the Boundary Emperor blood disappeared, the terrifying killing intent also dissipated in an instant. Done! Zhou Tong's face revealed a trace of a smile. Fortunately, this pagoda was the Divine Mark Purple Gold Pagoda, which was sparkling and translucent like a purple diamond, so the drop of blood could not penetrate it. It was also fortunate that the boundary emperor blood contained the great Tao divine laws, so it did not solidify due to the passage of time. It was also because of these two major reasons that Zhou Tong's method was effective. After the boundary emperor blood disappeared, Zhou Tong could continue forward. He slowly walked in front of the pagoda, carefully sizing it up. The more he looked, the more he liked it. This pagoda was half a meter tall, and the entire pagoda was made of divine mark purple gold. There were no impurities, and the pagoda was thick and solid. Every inch of it was sparkling and translucent, shining like a purple diamond. In this land of immortal ascension, what it lacked the most was the nourishment of immortal qi. This pagoda had been nourished for tens of thousands of years and exuded an ancient aura. It was like a piece of blue sky had fallen here, and all kinds of immortal light lingered around it. Chapter 12. So heavy! Zhou Tong bulged the muscles on his arm and picked up the divine mark purple golden pagoda. This pagoda weighed over 1,000,000 kilograms. If he didn't use his divine power, this was already close to the limit of Zhou Tong's physical strength with one hand. The next step is to refine it. Zhou Tong's heart moved, and suddenly 9 heavenly abodes appeared beside him. In one of the heavenly abodes, there was a Thunder Emperor sitting cross-legged, as if a supreme immortal venerable was sitting cross-legged in the heavenly abode, chanting a supreme immortal scripture. Strands of lightning, accompanied by the sound of the great Tao, burst out from the heavenly abode. Boom! Lightning appeared, and from this heavenly abode, strands of runes condensed, and together with the essence of the heavenly abode, they were branded on the divine mark purple golden pagoda. On the Dragon Mountain, an immeasurable amount of essence began to condense around Zhou Tong, and a light mist instantly rose, drowning everything around Zhou Tong. When all the light mist dissipated, the divine mark purple golden pagoda had already fallen into the Thunder Emperor's shadow in the heavenly abode, and landed between its eyebrows. Endless lightning turned into runes, and bit by bit, branded on the divine mark purple golden pagoda. Preliminary refining. Zhou Tong looked at the divine mark purple golden pagoda, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. After putting away the divine mark purple golden pagoda, Zhou Tong continued to move forward. This quasi-emperor had already rushed the furthest, and he didn't see any corpses behind him. Although the mountain itself carried a terrifying murderous intent and pressure, this murderous intent was still unable to stop Zhou Tong, who had opened up 9 heavenly abodes. Finally, Zhou Tong arrived at the Dragon Head Peak. The surrounding tens of thousands of Dragon Head peaks stood side by side, forming an immortal valley. Immortal qi was dense, thousands of auspicious lights, and millions of rays of light, making this place look particularly sacred. At this point, Zhou Tong could be considered to have truly entered the land of immortal ascension. This was a peerless divine land. Every Dragon Head peak had immortal lights and auspicious colors. It was extremely sacred. Precious medicines that grew on these mountain peaks were at least 20,000 years old. The medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils and filled the entire mountain. Even the endless killing intent seemed to have been washed away by the medicinal fragrance. As they walked along the mountain path, there were even more king herbs here, and their medicinal properties were also more powerful. Zhou Tong carefully dug out all the king herbs along the way and sent them into his 9 heavens. These king herbs could extend one's lifespan. Even in the Big Dipper star region, where spirit qi was abundant, they were priceless treasures. With the king medicine entering, the smell of medicine permeated the air. Zhou Tong's heavenly abode seemed to be turning from illusion to reality, becoming a real world. The path was full of twists and turns, and Zhou Tong passed by many mountain peaks. Along the way, he even harvested 8 stalks of king herbs. These king herbs were all thrown into Zhou Tong's grotto heaven. Using the grotto heaven to absorb the outside world's fortune to nourish the king herbs, he could prevent the loss of their medicinal properties. In the end, Zhou Tong finally entered the hinterland, and finally saw the most magnificent scene of the Dragon Mountain. Immortal light cascaded down from the tens of thousands of dragon peaks. It was almost liquefied and condensed towards the center of the valley, forming ribbons of immortal qi that lingered around this place. Inside the valley, there were even divine clouds and flickering auspicious lights. All kinds of immortal splendor flowed, forming a magnificent scene of immortals. And in the center of the valley, there was a 1-zhang-wide immortal pond. Dense immortal qi rose into the air, and there were millions of dazzling multicolored light. No other place could be compared to this place. There were divine medicines everywhere, and it was enough to make people go crazy. But unfortunately, most of the divine medicines were inside the formation and couldn't be harvested. What a pity, what a pity! Zhou Tong looked at the countless divine medicines around him and felt extremely regretful. This was definitely an unimaginable place of fortune. If he could harvest all the divine medicines here, even if he went to the Big Dipper in the future, he definitely wouldn't lack any cultivation resources. But, the immortal becoming cauldron, I really want to get my hands on it. Zhou Tong's heart was burning. A supreme treasure comparable to a monarch weapon was right in front of him. In the center of the valley, there were millions of rays of divine light, dazzling and dazzling. Here, the killing intent in the surroundings was even more terrifying. Not only on the ground, but even in the void, countless patterns appeared. One wrong step and he would be doomed eternally. Should I go in and give it a try? Zhou Tong was also a little hesitant. The formation on the Dragon Mountain outside had to rely on the Dragon Mountain, and that was fine. But according to the original book, the formation in the core of the valley was already alive. As long as the formation spirit didn't want him to get close, it could change the formation here at any time. Even if he knew the map and the path, it would be useless, because the formation spirit had already been born here, and it was like a deity in a monarch weapon. Zhou Tong clenched his fist 3 times, but also loosened it 3 times. In the end, he took a deep breath and didn't continue forward. Instead, he directly turned around. I can't place my hopes on other things, especially something like the formation spirit! Zhou Tong knew very well that as long as he took a step forward, he would most likely die here. The formation spirit wasn't a living person, and it didn't have so many thoughts and thoughts. It was almost impossible to convince it. It was fine when he was on the Dragon Mountain, but once he entered the core of the valley, he would probably die immediately. Only with that immortal treasure map can I enter here and obtain the immortal cauldron. That map isn't just a map, it's also a token to enter and leave this place. Zhou Tong sighed in the end, and directly stepped forward, leaving along the original path. Whoosh! Just as Zhou Tong turned around, an extremely fragrant smell suddenly came, almost making Zhou Tong drunk. A strange light mist entered Zhou Tong's body, and for a moment, he felt like he was going to ascend. Even the 10th paradise, which had been motionless all this time, had a feeling that it was about to be born. This is the immortal godly medicine. It must be the immortal godly medicine, the white tiger godly medicine. Zhou Tong's heart trembled. He knew the true source of this fragrance. The formation on the Dragon Mountain couldn't hurt it, so it could move freely in the Dragon Mountain. Almost subconsciously, Zhou Tong sent a voice transmission to the place where the fragrance came from. There is about to be a great disaster here. Are you willing to come with me? If you can take away the hope of becoming an immortal here, the great calamity here will naturally be resolved. If you can't, I will naturally go with you. The white tiger godly medicine was very active and reacted quickly. However, it didn't reveal itself in front of Zhou Tong. It was obvious that it was still vigilant. I can't take away the hope of becoming an immortal here. I've already turned around and prepared to leave, Zhou Tong said helplessly. All right, I'll leave with you. Very quickly, the white tiger divine medicine appeared in front of Zhou Tong. This divine medicine was shaped like a small white tiger. It had leaves and rhizome, and its entire body was snow-white like jade. There were also lines of black jade-like patterns on its body. It shone brilliantly, and immortal qi rose. Zhou Tong's eyes lit up, and he casually sent his will into the godly medicine, then directly threw the white tiger godly medicine into one of his 10 paradises. Chapter 13. Buzz. The moment the divine medicine entered the grotto heaven, an extremely powerful force immediately entered Zhou Tong's body through the grotto heaven. The white tiger divine medicine had taken root in the grotto heaven, and a trace of the divine medicine's medicinal properties actually entered his body. In an instant, he felt that his entire body was filled with great power, which gave him a strange feeling at that moment. This feeling, the 10th grotto heaven, it's definitely the 10th grotto heaven. The white tiger divine medicine actually gave me the opportunity to open the 10th grotto heaven? Zhou Tong's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The 10th grotto heaven was different from the previous grotto heavens. It wasn't something that could be opened with enough foundation. It required some opportunities, but then his expression changed slightly. His legs moved quickly, and he quickly ran out of the Dragon Mountain. Previously, Zhou Tong dared to break through the 9th grotto heaven on the Dragon Mountain because the 9th grotto heaven was an extremely ordinary grotto heaven. But the 10th grotto heaven definitely couldn't be formed here. Once any cultivator who cultivated the chaotic ancient method opened the 10th grotto heaven, it would be called the Supreme Grotto Heaven. Whether it was the mystery, size, or power of this grotto heaven, it was far superior to the previous 9 grotto heavens. Once the 10th grotto heaven was opened in the Dragon Mountain, it would definitely trigger the formation here and die. Going down the mountain was easy. After a while, Zhou Tong followed the map again and quickly left the Dragon Mountain. Feeling that he had left the Dragon Mountain, Zhou Tong immediately sat down cross-legged. Following the opportunity he found earlier, he continued to explore the mysteries of the 10th grotto heaven. He sat there quietly for a long time. Finally, a majestic life essence began to bloom, and a divine light rushed up. With a boom, it pierced through the void. A blurry volcano appeared, and there were strands of auspicious clouds and immortal light. It was as if a celestial world had been opened and suppressed from the void. So comfortable. Zhou Tong revealed a look of enjoyment when the 10th grotto heaven opened. The auspicious clouds and immortal light in the 10th grotto heaven began to slowly nourish Zhou Tong's body. His body, which had already reached the limit, actually grew again. Rumble. In the void, the sound was endless. The 10th heavenly abode had materialized. At the same time, there was an extremely mysterious immortal qi that was emitting an immortal aura. 10 grotto heavens, the 10 grotto heavens that belong to me have finally appeared. Zhou Tong was overjoyed. One could see that all 9 paradise had appeared. The 10th paradise was like a sun, pushing away all the other paradise and occupying the space above Zhou Tong's head. The other 9 grotto heavens were like 9 satellites orbiting around the 10 grotto heavens. The 10th heavenly passage was exceptionally powerful. It was grand and majestic, lofty and majestic. It was different from the trickling streams of the other 9 heavenly passages. The magma flowed down like a waterfall, surging with the most powerful life essence. Boundless life essence poured down and entered Zhou Tong's body, transforming into a beam of immortal light that enveloped him. At this moment, Zhou Tong felt like he was in a large cocoon, waiting for the moment to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. Following Zhou Tong's transformation, the precious medicines in the other grotto heavens seemed to have been revived as well. They began to absorb the essence produced by the 10th paradise's transformation. In an instant, even these precious medicines received some benefit. Their leaves became even greener, and their fruits became even more dazzling. Zhou Tong's metamorphosis lasted a full 3 days. After 3 days, the immortal light around Zhou Tong slowly disappeared. He opened his eyes, and his sharp gaze was like 2 bolts of lightning that streaked across the void. The world was brilliant. The 10th paradise has also formed. Zhou Tong looked at the 10th paradise above his head. With a thought, he immediately moved the Thunder Emperor's shadow, the Divine Mark Purple Golden Pagoda, the White Tiger Divine Medicine, and many other precious medicines into this paradise. White Tiger Divine Medicine, you really are my lucky star. Zhou Tong couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile, but then he frowned again. That's not right. Logically speaking, the White Tiger Divine Medicine should not follow someone with a low cultivation level like me. Could it be that it intends to run away after I bring it out? Zhou Tong could not help but suspect that the White Tiger Divine Medicine was intentionally using him. The reason why divine medicines followed cultivators was because they hoped that the cultivator would protect them. Therefore, most divine medicines would take the initiative to follow a great emperor. Even if they were not great emperors, they would follow some powerful cultivators, such as the Boundary Emperor Rong Qingshi. At the very least, they would be great sages or sage kings. There was absolutely no reason for it to follow Zhou Tong, who was only comparable to the great perfection of the Dao Palace realm. That's right. It must be using me. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more he felt that this was a possibility. My cultivation level is extremely weak. I can easily get rid of the will that I injected into the White Tiger Divine Medicine. Therefore, the White Tiger Divine Medicine allowed me to inject my will into its body. Zhou Tong was almost certain of his guess. The White Tiger Divine Medicine definitely wanted to follow him to leave Earth and head to other planets with life. With that thought, Zhou Tong directly reached his arm into his grotto heaven. He casually plucked the little white tiger from the White Tiger Divine Medicine and stored it away. He had only plucked the fruit of the divine medicine. He did not harm the roots of the divine medicine. This divine medicine only needed to stay in a place with abundant spiritual energy. After a few thousand years, it would be able to regrow its fruit. No matter what, I've already obtained the fruit of the immortal divine medicine. Even if the White Tiger Divine Medicine runs away, I'll at least have something that I can guarantee. Zhou Tong casually grabbed, and an exquisite jade box appeared. He threw the fruit of the White Tiger Divine Medicine into the jade box. Mount Kunlun was originally rich in jade. This was especially true for Mount Kunlun, which had absorbed the life essence of the entire earth. It contained extremely precious and powerful jade. When he walked over earlier, Zhou Tong had casually obtained a few pieces of extraordinary jade. One of them had been refined into this jade box. Now, this jade box could be put to good use. After putting away the White Tiger Divine Medicine, Zhou Tong immediately put the jade box and the divine medicine into the 10th grotto heaven. After doing all this, the 10 grotto heavens all converged and slowly retreated. They were all hidden in the void and disappeared. At the same time, in this forest, the terrifying fluctuations that had occurred when the 10 grotto heavens were born receded like the tide and gradually calmed down. At this moment, Zhou Tong stood up again. There was no trace of killing intent on his body. Just like the 10 grotto heavens that had been hidden, there was only calmness and remoteness. The divine abilities and multicolored light on his body were all restrained, and there was actually a kind of aura of returning to one's original self. The 10 grotto heavens have all been opened up, but there's still a distance before the 10 grotto heavens are completely formed. Zhou Tong understood that when the 10 grotto heavens were truly completed, the other 9 grotto heavens would be as magnificent as the 10th grotto heaven. That was something that Heavenly Emperor Huang had once done. It was also something that Heavenly Emperor Huang's grand disciple had done with reference to Heavenly Emperor Huang's experience. Chapter 14. However, before I continue to cultivate the 10 grotto heavens, I can finally open my sea of reincarnation. Zhou Tong finally smiled when he thought of this. Ever since he successfully opened the 10th grotto heaven, he felt that his sea of reincarnation was rippling like water, as if it was about to be completely opened. This was definitely a sign that his sea of reincarnation was opening. At the same time, the 10 grotto heavens continued to absorb the essence of life from the outside world, and then turned it into life essence and poured it into the sea of reincarnation, breaking through the divine iron-like sea of reincarnation. Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged again and silently practiced the method recorded in the feather conversion scripture, guiding the essence of the 10 grotto heavens to break through the sea of sufferings. Suddenly, the place where his wheel of life was began to fluctuate violently. This charge lasted for an entire day. It was at this moment that Zhou Tong's entire body suddenly erupted with a roar like that of a mountain flood or a tsunami. Endless divine splendor rushed out from his sea of bitterness. Tens of thousands of rays of divine light were dazzling like rainbows. It was a vast expanse of purple, as if a purple ocean was surging. Moreover, it was accompanied by a purple-red prairie fire. Fire and water seemed to be mixing and colliding. It was overbearing beyond compare. The deafening sound of the tsunami was like thousands of soldiers and horses galloping. The purple-red flames thousands of miles away were like the fusion of sin and fire all over the sky. Rumble, above the surging sea of sufferings, bursts of flames erupted from time to time, intertwining with the monstrous tsunami, causing heaven and earth to burn. The sea and the sky were connected, and everywhere was filled with domineering purple light, which was extremely dazzling. This phenomenon lasted for half a day before it finally slowly disappeared. At this time, Zhou Tong woke up. His eyes were clear, but at the same time, there was a hint of shock and understanding. So, I don't have the sacred body of the ancients. This physique should be the tyrant body of the firmament. The purple sea of sufferings, such a grand phenomenon, and the scene of sin and fire all over the sky, was this not the symbol of the tyrant body of the firmament? The powerful and domineering tyrant body of the firmament. The sacred body's sea of sufferings is golden with thunder, the tyrant body's sea of sufferings is purple with fire. I should have known. Since the Yuhua God dynasty was able to find a sacred body of the ancients to sacrifice to the immortal cauldron, they were also able to find a tyrant ether blood. Even if he's not a pure-blooded tyrant firmament blood, he's still a descendant of this bloodline. The hegemonic body of the firmament was different from the sacred body of the ancients. The ancestors of the hegemonic body of the firmament worked hard to spread the hegemonic body all over the world. Therefore, cultivators with the bloodline of the overlord body could be found in many ancient stars, and it was easy to find them. On Earth, the remnants of the fallen sacred body of the ancients have been transformed into Yi Fan. Since the reincarnation mirror is the strongest template found from the dust on Earth to transform my body, then it must not be the sacred body of the ancients. It must be something else. In this universe, the only thing that can compare to the sacred body of the ancients is probably the hegemonic body of the heavens. Even if it was an impure bloodline tyrant body of the firmament, the reincarnation mirror could use it as a template to transform me into a pure-blood tyrant body of the firmament. All the mysteries had been solved. Only at this time did Zhou Tong gradually understand his own constitution. Little Overlord. There are only wrong names but no wrong nicknames. Zhou Tong was a little speechless. However, sooner or later, I'll have to remove the word little from the Little Overlord. I remember that there's another hegemonic body in this life. I'll have to fight with him to decide who the Overlord title belongs to. Zhou Tong looked at his sea of reincarnation and used the feather conversion scripture. Suddenly, an extremely small purple light spot appeared where the sea of sufferings was. It was only the size of a sesame seed, but it was brilliant. The sea of sufferings of ordinary people was like the name of the sea of sufferings. It was dry and lifeless, without the slightest sign of life. However, in the center of Zhou Tong's sea of sufferings, the purple light spot shone brightly like the sun rising from the east. This was the sea of sufferings of the hegemonic body of the firmament. The sea of sufferings of the hegemonic body of the firmament. Zhou Tong was silent for a while, then he put his purple golden pagoda into the sea of reincarnation. The half-meter-tall purple golden pagoda floated in the sea of reincarnation. The purple light bloomed and intertwined with the purple sea of sufferings. But this tyrant body of the firmament. Zhou Tong sighed when he thought of the tyrant body of the firmament. Originally, the tyrant body of the firmament had the opportunity to enjoy the world's reputation, just like the sacred body of the ancients. Unfortunately, the tyrant body of the firmament was too selfish. The evils brought on themselves are the hardest to bear. Zhou Tong recalled the wish of the tyrant body of the firmament in the original work, which was to only have the tyrant body of the firmament in the whole world. Without a doubt, this reason was purely to make the whole world their enemy. The philosophy of the tyrant body of the firmament has been distorted. Those from the tyrant body of the firmament have also gone astray. In the future, it will be up to me to set things right. Zhou Tong made up his mind. The tyrant body of the firmament was very strong. This kind of physique was not inferior to the sacred body of the ancients. However, in history, when the tyrant body of the firmament and the sacred body of the ancients had a fair fight, the tyrant body of the firmament lost more than it won. The real achievements that the tyrant body of the firmament had been bragging about were mostly bullying the elderly sacred bodies or sacred bodies with incomplete secret method. It was really sad. However, the root cause of this sadness was in the philosophy of the tyrant body patriarch. With the protection of the tyrant body of the firmament, the tyrant body of the firmament was like a flower living in a greenhouse and had never experienced the baptism of wind and frost. Most importantly, the philosophy of the tyrant body of the firmament was not to guide the younger generation to develop an invincible heart, but to guide the younger generation to be unscrupulous. On the other hand, the sacred body of the ancients had been suppressing the dark turmoil and colliding with the ancient supreme. As long as the sacred body of the ancients did not die, it could develop into an invincible general trend. Therefore, when a real pinnacle sacred body of the pinnacle fought against a pinnacle tyrant body of the pinnacle, the tyrant body had a higher chance of losing. Since I'm the tyrant body of the firmament, then the early stages of cultivation should not be too different from the sacred body of the ancients. Zhou Tong casually plucked a precious leaf from his grotto heaven and swallowed it. Boom! The blood in Zhou Tong's body rumbled like a rolling river. The precious leaf turned into an extremely powerful essence of life that flowed in his body, constantly washing his physical body. There were even specks of brilliance that overflowed. This process lasted for 6 hours before it gradually calmed down. Boom! At this time, countless purple divine lights appeared in Zhou Tong's sea of reincarnation. They were like purple clouds, brilliant divine lights, and at the same time, purple-red flames burned fiercely. Zhou Tong could feel that as his life essence poured into his body, his sea of bitterness was expanding, expanding, and expanding again. When the sea of reincarnation expanded to its limit, Zhou Tong suddenly saw an additional mysterious divine pattern in his sea of reincarnation. This divine pattern was like a divine chain that lingered in the air above the purple sea of sufferings. Divine inscriptions have been born. Zhou Tong was enlightened. As the essence of life continued to pour in, more and more divine patterns appeared. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of divine patterns. When the last essence of life in the herb leaf was completely poured into the sea of sufferings, his sea of sufferings suddenly underwent a huge change. At the center of the sea of sufferings, colorful mist rose, surrounded by countless divine patterns. Under the sea of sufferings, there seemed to be a volcano that was awakening. Bubbles surged, and purple light constantly rushed out of the sea. I can break through to the life spring realm now, Zhou Tong realized. He silently activated the feather conversion scripture. He had obtained the feather conversion scripture for more than a year. During this year, he had been comprehending it frequently. Now, his understanding of the feather conversion scripture was very deep, and he could definitely break through to the life spring realm. Boom! Zhou Tong continuously activated the feather conversion scripture. In the next moment, a powerful aura burst out. Zhou Tong's essence surged, and purple divine flames burned fiercely outside his body. I've finally broken through to the life spring realm. Zhou Tong smiled slightly. But in the next moment, his expression changed. What's going on? Chapter 15. What's going on? Zhou Tong was still immersed in the joy of breaking through. Suddenly, he felt something strange in his body. Boom! The moment he felt something strange, he immediately summoned his 10 grotto heavens. Instantly, he could feel that his Sea of Reincarnation secret realm seemed to be communicating with his 10 paradises. The 10 paradises and the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm seemed to have formed some kind of mysterious connection. The 10 paradises and the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm are resonating? Zhou Tong's expression was a little strange. He knew that the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm was a secret realm created after Heaven Emperor Huang merged his 10 paradises into his lower abdomen. However, it was obvious that they were not of the same cultivation system. How could there be such a resonance? Buzz! At this time, the resonance became even more intense. At the same time, cracking sounds were continuously heard. The 9 smaller grotto heavens were actually emitting sounds of being unable to bear the burden. The 9 paradises can't bear the resonance? No, that's not right. Even my biggest paradise is trembling. Zhou Tong's heart was greatly shaken. The scene before his eyes was somewhat beyond his imagination. Could it be that when the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm was opened to a certain extent, it would cause his paradises to collapse? Zhou Tong could clearly feel that his 9 grotto heavens were about to completely collapse. Even the huge 10th grotto heaven could barely withstand the resonance. Zhou Tong looked at his Sea of Reincarnation secret realm and smiled bitterly. Should I say that it is indeed the only paradises formed after the 10 paradises merged? Even my strongest 10 grotto heavens can't contend against it. Maybe when my Sea of Reincarnation advanced to the life spring realm, it would only cause the 9 paradises to collapse. However, when I cultivate to the divine bridge realm or even the nirvana realm in the future, even my 10 paradises would not be able to withstand the resonance and would collapse. Zhou Tong already understood that there was a natural conflict between the 2 cultivation systems of the ancient chaos art and the heaven shrouding art. During the ancient chaos era, after Heavenly Emperor Huang opened up the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm, it also meant that his only heavenly grotto had disappeared. No wonder there were no cultivators cultivating the chaotic ancient art in the future. It turns out that the heaven shrouding art had cut off the path of the chaotic ancient art at the most basic stage of the Sea of Reincarnation. Zhou Tong gradually understood the reason for the disappearance of the chaotic ancient art. What if I can withstand this conflict? But at this time, a strange thought suddenly appeared in Zhou Tong's mind. If he could resist this conflict, would he be able to possess both his Sea of Reincarnation and heavenly abode in the future? What if he used every grotto heaven as his own Sea of Reincarnation? Wouldn't that mean he would have 10 more Sea of Samsara? No matter if it was Tao patterns or divine power, they were 10 times more than the others. If Heavenly Emperor Huang's 10 grotto heavens can grow to the same size, so can I. Zhou Tong forcibly supported the other 8 heavenly abodes while simultaneously withdrawing the protection of one of the heavenly abodes. Suddenly, boom! Finally, the unprotected heavenly abode suddenly cracked open. Magma surged and exploded in the void. It was as if the most terrifying heavenly collapse had occurred here, destroying the heaven and earth. Zhou Tong immediately coughed out blood. The destruction of a heavenly abode was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Fortunately, Zhou Tong's foundation was extremely stable, so he was able to stabilize himself and not die. Zhou Tong directly plucked another leaf of a treasure medicine. Gradually, essence energy surged and the wounds on his body began to slowly heal. At the same time, he was silently feeling the feeling he had when he first opened his heavenly abode. Boom! However, when Zhou Tong tried to create another heavenly abode, an accident occurred. The moment this heavenly abode took shape, it exploded with a loud bang. However, Zhou Tong was not convinced. He bit down on another leaf, and an endless amount of life essence energy healed his wounds. Then, he tried again. The result was naturally destruction. However, Zhou Tong's stubbornness flared up. He would not stop until the heavenly abode was rebuilt. In any case, he had a lot of treasures in his hands right now. He even had immortal medicines. There was no danger to his life. If he succeeded, he would walk an alternative path. If he failed, he would obediently walk the path of the heaven-shrouding art. Since there was no danger to his life, why not take a gamble? Again and again, the heavenly abode was rebuilt, but it was destroyed again and again. Zhou Tong's heavenly abode reconstruction was even more difficult than Heavenly Emperor Huang's. Heavenly Emperor Huang only faced the most basic problem, while Zhou Tong had to deal with the resonance and interference of the Sea of Reincarnation's secret realm. Zhou Tong even saw the hazy fragments of the Great Path's mysteries that emerged when the Grotto Heaven cracked open, but he still failed to rebuild the Grotto Heaven. After an entire month, when he exhausted the 5 little king medicines around him that were tens of thousands of years old, finally, boom! A brand new heavenly abode was born. This heavenly abode was no different from the other 10 heavenly abodes. It constantly spewed out terrifying divine power. Immortal light and auspicious colors were like mist, completely drowning this place. Ha! After this heavenly abode was completely formed, Zhou Tong clearly felt that it was easier for his heavenly abode to resist the Sea of Reincarnation. It was not as strenuous as before. The 10 heavenly abodes are one. So with the addition of a large heavenly abode, the overall resistance to attacks is also stronger? Zhou Tong was curious as well. He removed the second Grotto Heaven's protection. Instantly, the second Grotto Heaven shattered. After the first experience, the second heavenly abode was quickly rebuilt by Zhou Tong. It's indeed a little stronger. Zhou Tong nodded silently in his heart. In that case, let's continue. Zhou Tong endured the pain and continued to rebuild the heavenly abode. Finally, after 3 days, he finished rebuilding all the heavenly abode. Now, the 10 heavenly abodes were extremely huge. The fluctuation of divine power was shocking, and the immortal light and auspicious qi were abundant. Moreover, with the reconstruction of the 10 heavenly abodes, they were suddenly different from before. They no longer looked like a volcanic crater. Instead, they looked like a grotesque and variegated world. It was as if they had completely transformed into a celestial realm. Logically speaking, the 10 heavenly abodes should have been cultivated to this stage. However, I can feel that there will be unforeseen events in the future. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Although the Sea of Reincarnation could no longer harm the 10 heavenly abodes, the strange resonance still existed. One could foresee that when Zhou Tong's cultivation improved further and reached the Nirvana realm, the 10 heavenly abodes would most likely be destroyed. However, I feel that my 10 heavenly abodes can still be transformed. Through the resonance between the 10 heavenly abodes and the Sea of Reincarnation's secret realm, Zhou Tong gradually found the mysterious connection between the 10 heavenly abodes. Perhaps all of this can become a supreme secret skill of mine? At the thought of this, Zhou Tong's heart flashed with a trace of thought. Then, he continued to study it. At the same time, Zhou Tong vaguely felt that perhaps the 10 heavenly abodes were the key to his future cultivation, or even the next step. Chapter 16. Buzz. Beside Zhou Tong, the 10 grotto heavens shone brightly. At the same time, the purple sea in his sea of reincarnation soared into the sky. Flames lingered around him as he unleashed his strongest combat strength. Finally, he stood up and spat out a purple light from his mouth. Runes danced in the air and Tao patterns were like divine butterflies circling around his body. At this moment, his essence, energy, and spirit were like rainbows. Zhou Tong was completely ignited at this moment. He unleashed all his strength and reached his strongest state. Boom! Beside him, the 10 grotto heavens buzzed as they collided and fused. Even the void was distorted as terrifying energy wreaked havoc around him. Zhou Tong's entire body cracked open. Drops of blood flowed down from his body, bringing with them traces of purple. His sea of reincarnation's secret realm was also trembling at this moment. Waves of mysterious energy seeped into the 10 grotto heavens outside through Zhou Tong's body. Boom! The 10 grotto heavens seemed to have found an outlet. The colliding energy, divine might, essence chi, and runes were all channeled into the sea of reincarnation's secret realm. The 10 grotto heavens kept colliding and cracks appeared. Then, they were suppressed and shaken by the sea of reincarnation's secret realm. In the end, an extremely terrifying change occurred. The 10 grotto heavens gradually resonated and produced an inexplicable change. It was as if the worlds were connecting and fusing together. This change even caused the entire sea of reincarnation's secret realm to tremble violently. Terrifying energy was constantly channeled into the sea of reincarnation. In the end, even Zhou Tong felt that his sea of reincarnation was about to explode. Boom! In the end, it was as if the sky was collapsing. At Zhou Tong's abdomen, a divine light actually appeared and bloomed there. It was as if a sun had exploded. It was extremely dazzling. Zhou Tong's body cracked and his bones broke. His internal organs also seemed to have suffered a huge impact and cracked. This is a door. Zhou Tong didn't pay attention to the changes in his bones and internal organs. Instead, he focused all his attention on his sea of reincarnation's secret realm. At this moment, he seemed to see the immortal doors in his sea of reincarnation's secret realm. Those immortal doors were like countless specks of light, densely arranged in his sea of reincarnation. As if affected by the impact of the previous explosion, countless doors were shaken and opened. Gate after gate bloomed and fused with each other, spewing out endless power. Zhou Tong's severely wounded body was also recovering rapidly. Almost subconsciously, Zhou Tong circulated the feather transformation scripture. Instantly, the countless doors in his sea of reincarnation's secret realm regrouped, split, and rearranged themselves. So that's how it is. So this is the true essence of the heaven-shrouding magic. Zhou Tong suddenly felt the same sensation that Celestial Emperor Huang Celestial had felt when he'd first created his Tao. It opens the doors of potential in the human body. That's why during the chaotic era, there were no king physiques, divine physiques, saint physiques, and the like. Because only by opening the door to the human body's potential can each person's unique physique be revealed. This is something that the chaotic ancient technique cannot do. It's no wonder that the various constitutions can only be considered to have achieved initial success in the Four Extremes secret realm. Because when the Four Extremes secret realm is opened, the Sea of Reincarnation and Tao Palace, which represent the foundation of the human body, have already been opened. Only then can the physique be considered to have achieved initial success. At this moment, Zhou Tong thought of many things. He even thought of the difference between the so-called Great Emperor's scripture and ordinary scriptures through the arrangement of the doors of potential in his body. The essence of cultivating various scriptures was to rearrange the doors of potential in the human body. The more doors of potential one used and the more reasonable the combination, the more powerful the scripture would be. When Celestial Emperor Huang's Celestial Emperor opened his sea of reincarnation, he also spent a lot of effort to arrange and rearrange the doors of potential in his sea of reincarnation. I didn't expect to experience a similar stage, Zhou Tong thought to himself as he circulated the feather transformation scripture silently. When Celestial Emperor Huang opened the sea of reincarnation, his realm was already very high. Therefore, when he opened the sea of reincarnation, it was his own great Tao. However, Zhou Tong didn't have this ability. He had just stepped on the path of cultivation not long ago. Therefore, he could only open the doors of potential according to the methods of the predecessors. The more he circulated the feather transformation scripture, the more Zhou Tong understood the operation of the doors of potential in the sea of reincarnation. Every time he arranged the doors of potential, he would have a new understanding and comprehension of this ancient scripture passed down from Celestial Emperor Huang's Celestial Emperor. This was a completely different situation from normal cultivation. Normal cultivation should be based on the comprehension of the feather transformation scripture. Only then would one be able to continuously open, move, arrange, and rearrange the doors of potential. This showed that the higher one's realm was, the higher one's cultivation would be. However, Zhou Tong wasn't displaying this at this moment. He was forcefully opening the doors of potential and using his cultivation to force his realm. Buzz. Zhou Tong's realm started to advance continuously. In his sea of reincarnation, a divine bridge gradually appeared. On the bridge, there were many patterns that looked like feathers. When the doors of potential were opened enough, he actually cultivated to the divine bridge realm unknowingly. However, when he reached the divine bridge realm, he didn't feel any discomfort. He also didn't feel the so-called lost confusion. This was because his spirit was completely immersed in the doors of potential in the sea of reincarnation. On the surface, Zhou Tong wasn't confused at all. In a spurt of energy, he directly reached the nirvana realm. That's right. The maze had been cleared. When he walked in, it was a bright path. What confusion was there? The deathly aura within the doors of potential. Zhou Tong suddenly had a thought. He felt that after the doors of potential were opened, the interior wasn't completely filled with vitality. Instead, it was accompanied by a terrifying deathly aura. That's right. This is the transformation of 9 lives and 9 deaths that one must go through to reach the nirvana realm. Zhou Tong immediately understood. He immediately started to transform according to the feather conversion scripture. Completely different from Heavenly Emperor Huang who created the Tao, Zhou Tong had a clear cultivation method and knew how to transform. Therefore, it was much safer. He only needed to follow the footsteps of his predecessors. After experiencing a moment of silence, Zhou Tong's body finally produced a wave. Buzz! Zhou Tong's body emitted a sparkling radiance. The radiance formed patterns that looked like feathers. It was as if he was about to ascend to the heavens. There was a huge amount of spiritual essence that poured down from the 10 paradises into the sea of reincarnation. For a moment, the sky was filled with auspicious signs and heavenly music. Ascend to the heavens and be reborn. This was the transformation that one had to go through when cultivating the feather conversion scripture to the nirvana realm of the sea of reincarnation. One had to go through 9 such transformations in order to reach the great perfection of the sea of reincarnation. In an instant, Zhou Tong seemed to have ascended to the heavens. The pores all over his body opened up as if he was receiving the baptism of the gods. Next, it was almost an hour of silence. It was as if the plants were reincarnating for another year. The deathly aura on Zhou Tong's body was constantly alternating with the waves of vitality. The divine feathers around him became more and more dazzling and sparkling, especially his sea of reincarnation. He was sitting cross-legged on a purple sea. There were purplish-red flames burning around his body. Blood and fire, celestials and devils seemed to be reverberating around him. Chapter 17. After meditating for 3 days, Zhou Tong spent a total of 3 days to activate, arrange, and combine the doors of potential. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. My Sea of Reincarnation's secret realm has reached the phenomenal stage. Oh my God! The moment he opened his eyes, a trace of bewilderment flashed through Zhou Tong's heart. His cultivation speed was simply too fast. The opportunity this time was comparable to the opportunity created by Emperor Huang. It allowed him to grasp the essence and nature of the heaven-shrouding technique in an instant. That was why he could improve at such a terrifying speed. If it was a normal cultivation, even with sufficient resources, it would take 1 or 2 years. But it's a pity. I only used a small portion of the doors of potential in the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm. There's still a large portion of the doors of potential that I can't use. Zhou Tong looked at his Sea of Reincarnation secret realm and felt a little regretful. Completing a secret realm didn't mean that it couldn't improve. A Dao Palace Cultivator's Sea of Reincarnation secret realm was completed. A Sage's Sea of Reincarnation secret realm was also completed. However, a Dao Palace Cultivator's Sea of Reincarnation was far inferior to a Sage's in terms of both size and quality. The Feather Conversion Scripture doesn't have a cultivation method for a single secret realm, so if I want to continue advancing, I need to advance to the Dao Palace. I need to use a higher realm to reverse the process and take advantage of the untapped potential. Zhou Tong frowned. He was vaguely displeased. This was because when he reached a higher realm in the future, he would also be able to open the doors of potential. If he couldn't use them now, wouldn't this rare opportunity be wasted? But I don't have a single secret realm cultivation method. I can't make use of this portion of the doors of potential. Zhou Tong felt more regretful as he thought about it. His realm was too low and he had wasted this opportunity. This is Kunlun. There must be some ancient scriptures here. I just have to look for them. Oh no, my Sea of Reincarnation secret realm is completed. My 10 paradises are going to collapse. Zhou Tong suddenly thought of his 10 paradises. He immediately shifted his attention to the outside of his body. However, when he looked at it, he was shocked. The 10 paradises have become like this? The 10 heavenly passages circled around his body, connecting with each other, forming the most majestic divine ring. It was resplendent and dazzling, and divine multicolored light illuminated the 9 heavens. The resplendent and dazzling divine ring completely enveloped Zhou Tong. Clear splendor scattered down, auspicious and divine. Divine ring? My 10 heavenly grottos actually became a connected divine ring? Zhou Tong's heart shook. He never thought that his 10 heavenly grottos would become like this. I remember that Heavenly Emperor Huang also had such a divine ring. His divine ring seemed to be temporary. No, mine isn't. Mine is forever. Just as Zhou Tong was about to investigate, he suddenly sensed that this divine ring wasn't a temporary divine ring. It was permanent. No matter how hard he tried to circulate it, this divine ring was actually completely connected. There was not the slightest bit of instability, nor did it show any signs of splitting apart. Does this count as a unique grotto heaven? Could it be that I've resolved the source of the conflict between the chaotic ancient technique and the heaven-shrouding technique? This thought flashed through Zhou Tong's mind. He looked at the divine ring around his body again. Upon closer inspection, he could see that the divine ring was like a real celestial realm in front of him. He could no longer see the appearance of the 10 heavenly grottos. It was as if the interior of this divine ring was a brand new heaven and earth, a brand new world. Zhou Tong saw that in that world, the Lightning Emperor, which was formed by his runes, sat high above the 9 heavens like a god looking down on heaven and earth. In those slightly illusory mountains and forests, there were also Bayan, Thunder Sky Sparrow, Golden-Winged Great Pung, Bayan Pishio, Rainbow Peacock, Primordial Yak, Lightning Bug, and a few other living beings, breathing. All living beings are still. My understanding of these paragon techniques is still not enough. Zhou Tong shook his head. However, he quickly caught a glimpse of something strange moving in this world from the corner of his eye. The White Tiger Divine Medicine. The White Tiger Divine Medicine is running. It seems that in the world where my 10 heavenly grottos are connected, it's a little uneasy. Zhou Tong smiled because he understood that as long as he did not do anything, the White Tiger Divine Medicine would not be able to escape on its own. In other words, from now on, the possibility of the White Tiger Divine Medicine escaping was eliminated. Speaking of cultivation techniques, this White Tiger Divine Medicine's previous life was the White Tiger Immortal King. Should I use the reincarnation mirror to shine on it? When he thought of this, Zhou Tong's interest was immediately piqued. He immediately poured all his divine power into the reincarnation mirror and shone it on the White Tiger Divine Medicine that was running continuously in his 10 heavenly grottos. Buzz. Suddenly, the White Tiger Divine Medicine's memories of its previous life appeared. Damn it, I almost forgot. Divine medicines can be reborn. The White Tiger Divine Medicine was still the White Tiger Divine Medicine in its previous life. Zhou Tong cursed when he saw this. This was because he saw a seed that looked like a white tiger being planted in the ground and then sprouting. Damn it, who knows how many times this divine medicine has been reborn? Who knows how long this divine medicine has lived for? Zhou Tong could not help but feel anxious. He was still too weak. Even if he poured all his power into it, he could only see the history of this divine medicine that was less than 100 years old. Try to filter out the cultivation memories that the White Tiger Divine Medicine saw. Zhou Tong conveyed his strong wish to the reincarnation mirror. Suddenly, the image on the mirror blurred. The next image that was transmitted back was the image of a great sage sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Beside him, flowers fell and golden light shone brilliantly. Countless strange phenomena soared into the sky. The corner of Zhou Tong's mouth twitched. This kind of cultivation scene, he could not see anything. What I want to see are the Taoist rhymes of the great Tao and some scriptures. Zhou Tong once again transmitted his thoughts into the reincarnation mirror. Suddenly, the image changed, and a scripture appeared in front of him. It was still the great sage from before. He had obtained a fragment of an ancient scripture and was studying it. This part was seen by the White Tiger Divine Medicine as a memory in its previous life. This scripture is Emperor Shi's scripture. Zhou Tong was very interested. This was an ancient scripture that had been passed down from Fuxi the Great. It was extremely powerful. However, as he looked at it, Zhou Tong was disappointed. This was because this Emperor Shi's scripture only had the Immortal Foundation scroll. It did not have the ancient scripture of the Sea of Reincarnation realm that he wanted to see or the secret method of cultivation in a single arcane realm. Forget it. It doesn't matter if I can't get the secret method of cultivation in a single arcane realm. I guess the tyrant body of the heavens has its own unique inheritance. Zhou Tong thought about it and finally gave up. The sacred body of the ancients had its own unique inheritance. The tyrant body of the heavens, which was at the same level as it, must have a similar inheritance. Moreover, unlike the sacred body of the ancients, whose inheritance had almost been cut off, the inheritance of the tyrant body of the heavens was still very complete. The entire ancestral planet of the tyrant body of the heavens might have countless cultivators cultivating it. That kind of secret method must be the most suitable for the tyrant body of the heavens. However, maybe my reincarnation mirror can show a person who was the tyrant body of the heavens in his previous life? This was the last thought in Zhou Tong's mind. Keep looking. I don't believe that the white tiger divine medicine only remembered this scripture in its previous life. Zhou Tong quickly continued to browse. Chapter 18. The white tiger divine medicine had lived for tens of thousands of years in its past life. Zhou Tong could only see about 100 years, and he wasted a lot of time searching through its memories. Therefore, in the end, other than the Emperor Shi Sutra, immortal platform scroll, he only obtained a scripture created by a supreme saint. Although it was a complete scripture, it was still lacking compared to the great emperor's ancient scripture. This is an ancient scripture created by Supreme Saint Emperor Bilo of the Shun clan. It can be considered as an inheritance of the Shun clan. Zhou Tong carefully memorized the contents of this ancient scripture and silently compared it with the feather conversion scripture. He could not help but shake his head. Supreme Saint Emperor Bilo is a ninth heaven supreme saint who is the closest to an emperor to be. However, in terms of the secret realm of reincarnation, he is much weaker than the feather conversion emperor. Although it has its own unique features and highlights, the gap is still too big. Zhou Tong thought to himself. He himself was only in the secret realm of reincarnation, so he did not have much to say about the secret realm of the Tao Palace. However, he had sufficient authority to speak about the secret realm of reincarnation. Obviously, the ancient scripture created by Supreme Saint Emperor Bilo did not utilize as much potential as the feather conversion scripture in the secret realm of reincarnation. In fact, the gap was huge. The feather conversion scripture utilized 10% more potential than the Supreme Saint Emperor Bilo's scripture, and the arrangement of the potential was more mysterious. Even though it was only 10%, the difference was like heaven and earth. The difference between 90 and 100 points was bigger than the difference between 0 and 60 points. The three secret techniques created by Supreme Saint Emperor Bilo are quite powerful. Unfortunately, the most powerful secret technique can only be learned by those with the bloodline of the Shun clan. Zhou Tong felt a little helpless. Among the three secret techniques, the most powerful one was a vision. That's right, a vision. In the heaven shrouding technique, a vision could be said to be an important thing. It was like a territory, which could suppress the opponent and increase one's own territory. Of course, there were some other magical uses. However, most of the anomalies could be cultivated, but the most powerful anomalies were usually brought about by the various bloodlines. For example, the visions of the sacred body of the ancients and the visions of the divine body. And now, what Zhou Tong knew was a phenomenon that could be cultivated by the god race bloodline on its own, the kingdom of the gods. Although this was also an acquired phenomenon, it required the bloodline of the gods to cultivate. Zhou Tong quickly skipped over the strongest phenomenon and began to slowly comprehend the other two secret techniques. Let's not bother about the phenomenon. Perhaps my heavenly tyrant body will be born naturally in the future. The first secret technique, Memory of Three Lives, was an unimaginable expiation technique. He used his supreme magic power to drag the opponent into a place similar to an illusion, and then began to tamper with the opponent's memories and cognition. This was a technique that could fundamentally change a person. It was similar to Monarch Ruthless Soul Invading Art, but it was weaker. The second secret art, Big Dipper Finger. Memory of Three Lives is useless, and it doesn't fit my personality. However, this Big Dipper Finger is quite interesting. Zhou Tong studied it for a while and then put it down. Compared to these secret techniques, he had a more advanced treasure technique of the 10 ferocious beasts. This treasure technique would be very useful even when he reached the Celestial King realm. There was no need to spend too much time comprehending the other secret techniques, as they were not created by the great emperor. He just needed to comprehend and cultivate them as a way to broaden his knowledge. However, with my 10 grotto heavens in this state, I might be able to create a forbidden secret technique. Zhou Tong's mind moved, and suddenly the divine ring around him shrank suddenly. In the end, it even changed its position and quietly floated in the palm of Zhou Tong's hand. His palms closed, and in the end, he actually grabbed the divine ring. This can be used as a magic weapon. Zhou Tong's mouth twitched, and he immediately wanted to wield the grotto heaven. However, the divine ring was like a rock at the beginning of the world, and it did not move at all. I can only activate it with my divine thought, and not with brute force? Zhou Tong was a little surprised, but he immediately denied it. No, I can use brute force to move it, but my strength is too weak. Move. Zhou Tong immediately activated all the divine strength in his body. Buzz. The divine ring that was formed by the 10 grotto heavens shook in the air. Instantly, there was a buzzing sound and the void trembled. Immediately after, the huge rock beside Zhou Tong silently turned into fine powder, and the space in front of him opened up. What a powerful divine might! Zhou Tong's face was filled with joy. With this divine ring, he had one more trump card. Yes, I know what's going on. After all, this divine ring was formed by my 10 grotto heavens, and it is equivalent to the strength of 10 worlds. Naturally, I can't move it. Zhou Tong finally understood how heaven-defying this divine ring that he had accidentally formed was. Forget it, let's not think about these things. What about the white tiger divine medicine? Zhou Tong suddenly thought of something, and he immediately sent a message to the white tiger divine medicine. The white tiger divine medicine, which was originally running through the 10 grotto heavens, suddenly shook. It was originally uneasy, but it quickly calmed down. Then, it sent a positive reply to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's eyes lit up, and he returned to the Dragon Mountain. He did not go too far, and instead, he went directly to the corpse of the first great sage that he had met on his way to the Dragon Mountain. This was also the corpse that was closest to the safe path, and it was only 10 meters away from the safe path. The corpse was wearing an old Taoist robe, and there was a wooden hairpin in its gray hair. It did not move at all, and it was surrounded by the dense fog that leaked out from the immortal pregnant land. White Tiger Divine Medicine, it's up to you now. Zhou Tong was a little nervous, and he immediately opened up his 10 grotto heavens. Instantly, the White Tiger Divine Medicine turned into a ray of white light and charged into the killing array. The White Tiger Divine Medicine had gained the recognition of the killing array, so it did not attract any killing power. In the end, the White Tiger Divine Herb stopped behind the great sage's corpse. A leaf with faint patterns on it whipped the corpse violently. Boom! The corpse suddenly trembled and attracted a murderous force all over the sky. The corpse seemed to be melting into the Tao. It turned into strands of light and disappeared from the Dragon Mountain. At the same time, a divine lamp appeared. The White Tiger Divine Medicine moved extremely quickly, and its dense roots wrapped tightly around the lamp, and then it directly dragged it to Zhou Tong's side. Then, it quickly let go of the lamp, and once again burrowed into Zhou Tong's 10 grotto heavens. It's done. A pinnacle great sage supreme treasure, a legendary divine weapon, and a treasure that will protect me when I go to the Big Dipper starfield. Looking at the lamp, Zhou Tong's eyes revealed a trace of ecstasy. This was a lamp that looked like a lotus, and it was completely purple. It was refined from the 9 heavens purple jade king, and it did not have a base, only a lotus-shaped lamp holder. Below the lamp holder was a string of tassels, and it looked very elegant. It emitted a divine light, and it seemed to be eternal. It quietly floated beside Zhou Tong, and it breathed in and out immortal light. Zhou Tong slowly approached the lamp, and suddenly, the god in the lamp transmitted a message. Zhou Tong was stunned, and his ecstasy disappeared, and he frowned. However, the lamp did not care so much, and it directly turned into a ray of light, entered Zhou Tong's sea of reincarnation, and was extinguished. So you're called the Purple Sun Lamp, and the one who died was the Purple Sun Great Sage, a peerless great sage who had 1 foot in the quasi-emperor realm. Zhou Tong said softly. You want me to teach the Purple Sun Sutra on behalf of the Purple Sun Great Sage? Looks like there's another mission to go to the Big Dipper. Chapter 19. However, even though my Sea of Reincarnation's secret realm has reached the great perfection, I still need to refine a weapon. Zhou Tong thought that he still had some time and immediately began to study the Tao patterns in his Sea of Reincarnation. Every divine pattern was like an immortal gold chain that coiled above Zhou Tong's purple sea of bitterness. This was the original form formed by the condensation of life essence. Cultivators could form divine patterns into various shapes, such as flying knives, daggers, and so on. They could be released from the body to kill enemies, which was more effective than a simple divine pattern. Therefore, many cultivators would spend a lot of effort to refine the most primitive divine patterns into the shapes of various weapons. This way, it would be easier to control, and when facing enemies, its power would also be much greater. Of course, weapons such as swords, knives, and shields were relatively simple. Some people were not afraid of complexity and profoundness. They could refine the divine patterns into shapes such as cauldrons, bells, and towers, which could unleash even more terrifying power. However, no matter what, it was extremely important for a cultivator to refine the primitive divine patterns into a weapon, because this was the foundation of their ability to control objects in the future. What should my weapon be? Zhou Tong looked at the thousands of Tao patterns in his Sea of Reincarnation and was a little hesitant in his heart. It was true that he had the divine scar purple gold pagoda in his hands, and this pagoda was a perfect prototype that had been meticulously refined by a quasi-emperor. However, to Zhou Tong, he always felt that this pagoda was a little too weak. That's right, it was weak. The pagoda looked majestic, but its essence was a long hollow bar. Once it collided with other weapons such as cauldrons, seals, and hammers, it would most likely not win. Zhou Tong was already a cultivator at the great perfection of the Sea of Reincarnation's secret realm, and now he was going to refine his first weapon. He was seriously thinking about what to choose because this was a very important matter. Once the weapon was formed, it would be very difficult to change it. Moreover, this weapon would be the foundation of his future. I really don't like pagoda. Zhou Tong looked at his divine mark purple golden pagoda helplessly. Although this pagoda had been in his possession for a long time, Zhou Tong had never used it. He hadn't even imprinted his own Tao pattern on it. Forget it, I'll just follow my heart. Zhou Tong kept thinking about his weapon. Since I have the heavenly tyrant body, my physical body will be comparable to a monarch weapon once I reach greater mastery. Ordinary weapons like sabers, spears, swords, halberds, staffs, hammers, axes, and spears are useless against me. My fists are enough to crush everything. What I need is a suppressive type of weapon. After eliminating the tower, which he didn't really like, Zhou Tong's eyes wandered between the bell and the cauldron. Cauldron suppresses mountains and rivers, bell suppresses time. These two are not bad, but if I had to choose one... Zhou Tong was silent for a moment. He thought about the choice between the bell and cauldron. Finally, his eyes began to shine. In the end, he made a clear choice. He decided to forge his divine pattern into a bell. It was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Zhou Tong had made this decision after careful consideration. It was not only because he liked the domineering bell, but also because the lineage of the tyrant body of the firmament had the inheritance of the tyrant bell. Forging the divine pattern into a bell is very suitable for the heavenly tyrant body. More importantly, compared to the cauldron, I prefer the bell. Zhou Tong had made his decision. The bell was also a weapon that had been passed down for a long time. Since ancient times, the bell had a very strict rule. The emperor had 4 bells, the feudal lords had 3 bells, the officials had 2 bells, and the officials had 1 bell. There was also a bell in the main hall of the dynasty. That was the morning bell. The shape of the bell. I'll use the Yongla bell. Zhou Tong had made his decision. Although a bell was a heavy weapon like a cauldron, it was much more complicated to forge a bell than a cauldron. A cauldron only needed one shape, but a bell was different. A bell had to consider its thickness, sound transmission, vibration, and many other functions. Therefore, the structure was extremely intricate and required more details than a cauldron. For example, the Yongla bell. When it was struck lightly, the sound was mellow and deep. When it was struck heavily, the sound was resounding and clear. The sound waves undulated and spread out for hundreds of miles. It was heavy and melodious. But looking at the time, it's time to leave Kunlun and take a look at the outside world. Moreover, it's not long before the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Zhou Tong had a thought and immediately left Kunlun. After spending a few days to deal with some mundane matters, he first went to the Great Bell Temple and observed all the bells there at a close distance. Finally, according to those bells, he slowly constructed the shape and structure of his own bell in his mind. But after the structure was clear, Zhou Tong immediately started to simulate the bell in his mind. He used his consciousness to simulate thousands of Tao patterns and started to rapidly construct and refine it. After relentless efforts, the thousands of divine patterns simulated by his consciousness finally melted and condensed into a fist-sized purple bell. It was dazzling and was extremely perfect. Not bad. This is the bell in my heart. This is my future Tao-confirming artifact. From today onwards you shall be called Tyrant Bell. The more Zhou Tong looked at it, the more satisfied he was. The fist-sized purple bell became more and more profound in his eyes. The bell trembled slightly, and the melodious bell sound occupied his sea of consciousness. It made him feel simple and grand. After deciding on the shape, Zhou Tong immediately started to refine the divine patterns in his sea of reincarnation. It was obviously much more difficult to refine the divine patterns in the sea of reincarnation. But Zhou Tong's cultivation of the chaotic ancient art had reached the pinnacle of the grotto heaven mystic realm. It was at least equivalent to the great perfection of the Tao Palace mystic realm. With a high cultivation level, it was naturally much easier to deal with the divine patterns in the sea of reincarnation compared to other cultivators in the sea of reincarnation. The efficiency was at least 100 times higher. Thousands of divine patterns melted together easily, and it was like a fist-sized lump of divine metal. It was dazzling. As Zhou Tong hammered it repeatedly, this lump of divine metal gradually transformed into the shape of a bell. Finally, after 7 to 8 days of hard work, the lump of divine metal in Zhou Tong's body had completely transformed into a fist-sized bell that was shining with purple light. Zhou Tong's heart moved, and this tyrant bell formed by the divine patterns floated in front of him. He reached out his hand and gently flicked the body of this tyrant bell. Ding! The sound of metal clashing could be heard, and a purple bell wave could be seen spreading out from the tyrant bell. Silently, the rocks and plants within a few dozen meters around him were instantly turned into ashes. As expected of the tyrant bell that I painstakingly refined. It is indeed domineering. Zhou Tong's face revealed a trace of joy. The power of this bell was beyond his imagination. He had only flicked the body of the bell lightly. If he had fully activated the power of the tyrant bell, the small mountain he was on would have been shaken to the point of cracking. Next, I will melt the divine mark purple golden pagoda and fill it with my tyrant bell. Chapter 20. Mount Tai, towering and majestic, was the head of the 5 sacred mountains, known as the #1 mountain in the world. 3 years after graduation, the class reunion's entertainment was climbing Mount Tai. Yi Fan and the others rested in the hotel for the night, and began to climb Mount Tai the next day. From the sacrificial ground to the imperial palace of Dai Temple, to the Jade Emperor Peak that sealed the sky, it formed a 10-kilometer-long axis between hell, earth, and heaven. In the evening, everyone finally reached the peak of Mount Tai, Jade Emperor Peak. Looking down at the thousands of mountains beneath their feet and the yellow river in the distance, they immediately understood the true meaning of climbing Mount Tai is a small world. At this moment, the setting sun shone in the west. The cloud peaks were inlaid with a layer of gold, shining with the brilliance of rare treasures. Such a beautiful scene could not help but intoxicate people. Just as everyone was immersed in the scenery of Mount Tai, a voice that spoiled the mood was suddenly heard. "You guys climb so slowly, only arriving now." Everyone turned to look and was immediately surprised. "Zhou Tong? When did you get here?" "Haha, you little tyrant, you came early and you didn't even tell us." "I heard Yi Fan say that you would climb Mount Tai with us. I didn't expect it to be like this. You're indeed the one with the best physical fitness in our class. You came early. Eh? You didn't sweat at all? You took the cable car, right?" The one who spoke was Zhou Tong. After he finished speaking, he was immediately surrounded by the curious students. They all looked at him in surprise. There was no news for 3 years. Everyone was curious about Zhou Tong, who had been all-powerful in school. Zhou Tong chuckled and said, "Mount Tai only has 5,000 steps, it's nothing." At this time, Yi Fan walked to Zhou Tong and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "I thought you were playing with me, I didn't expect you to come early. How long have you been waiting here?" "I've been waiting for a while." Zhou Tong smiled. With his current magical power, climbing Mount Tai was a matter of minutes. Not long after obtaining the violet sun lamp, Zhou Tong quickly realized that it was almost time for the 9 dragons to pull the coffin. Thus, he naturally left Kunlun Mountains. When he left Kunlun Mountain, there was still half a month before the class reunion. This half a month was just enough time for him to deal with the aftermath, such as the issue of his parents in this life. First, he casually refined a jade Buddha and sold it at a sky-high price at the auction. Then, he added a tiny bit of the white tiger divine herbs juice into their cup. The difficulty of prolonging one's lifespan would increase as one's cultivation increased. A trace of the white tiger divine medicine's medicinal properties was enough for 2 mortals to be reborn, extending their lifespan by 50 to 60 years, and even giving birth to a few more children. With these 2 guarantees, his parents would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. They would be strong and healthy, and they would live a long life. This could be considered to have resolved his worries. His parents had their own lives, and he had his own pursuits. After resolving his worries, Zhou Tong did not think too much about it. He refined his tyrant bell while waiting for the 9 dragons to pull the coffin at the top of Mount Tai. "Humph, Zhou Tong, you wouldn't have done anything illegal in these few years, right?" At this time, Lu Yunji walked over with a gloomy face and looked at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong glanced at him and said, "I can give up such a good future. Naturally, I have a greater opportunity." However, just as Lu Yunji was about to speak, the entire Jade Emperor Peak suddenly became chaotic. In the sky, 9 huge black dragon corpses pulled a huge bronze coffin and descended from the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Lu Yunji did not have the mood to continue targeting Zhou Tong. Boom! The 9 huge monsters were like 9 mountain ridges that sank down, causing large cracks to appear on the Jade Emperor Peak. Soil and stones flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. The bronze coffin also heavily smashed onto the peak of Mount Tai with a clang, causing the mountain to shake as if an earthquake had occurred. Many rocks rolled down from the mountain, and many people were affected. They were badly mutilated by the rocks and fell down the mountain. Cries of fear filled the air. The shaking stopped and the mountain quickly calmed down. However, Mount Tai was already in chaos. Many people fell down as they fled. The scene was extremely chaotic. Many people were bleeding from their heads as they rushed down the mountain in fear. It's here, it's finally here. Zhou Tong's face was somewhat excited. He took a deep breath and then directly rushed into the coffin. Everyone was in a hurry to escape, so no one noticed Zhou Tong's movements. Of course, even if they noticed, they would not be able to see his movements clearly. After all, he was still a cultivator comparable to the 4 extreme secret realms. After entering the bronze coffin, Zhou Tong first looked at the engravings on the bronze coffin. As far as the eye could see, they were all desolate vicious beasts recorded in the mountain and sea scripture, for example Tao Tai, Cheong Chi, Swan Ni, and others. Their bodies were huge, and their faces were sinister. They were vivid and lifelike, making one feel intimidated at first glance. Zhou Tong walked along the inside of the coffin for a while. Soon after, he discovered a few engravings, as if they were ancient natives and deities. Later on, there were also a few star charts. These things are a bit interesting, but unfortunately, my divine mark Purple Gold was not able to refine the Tyrant Bell, nor did it cultivate to the psychic communication immortal state. I cannot copy the traces of the great Tao that once existed here. Zhou Tong also felt a bit regretful. This bronze coffin contained the supreme Tao laws. During the age of Emperor Collapse, Corpse Immortal Emperor had previously obtained the smallest coffin here. During the immortal ancient years, Without End Immortal King and the others had previously stored the pure souls of countless true immortals in the 9 heavens 10 earths to avoid that world-ending calamity. During the chaotic ancient era, a nameless half-immortal emperor's emperor flame was also left behind in this bronze coffin. Even later on, Huang Tian Emperor also left behind some things here. As long as he could obtain a bit of the supreme treasures left behind by these great figures, Zhou Tong would benefit greatly. Boom! At this moment, an extremely powerful force suddenly erupted from the coffin. Even Zhou Tong felt his entire body tremble, as if someone was pulling him from behind. When Zhou Tong came back to his senses, he saw that his classmates had all been pulled in by the coffin. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin has already set off. Zhou Tong saw this and understood in his heart. However, that suction force just now might have been done by Ruthless. Zhou Tong also had some doubts in his heart. He did not dare to confirm whether this was a coincidence or if it was really done by Ruthless. Logically speaking, the current Ruthless was completely in a state of transformation. Her state was extremely unstable. Sometimes she was normal, sometimes she would go crazy. Zhou Tong instinctively did not believe that she could set up such a trap. But if it was a coincidence, then it was too much of a coincidence. It was as if this 9 dragons pulling the coffin was targeted at Yi Fan. Forget it. It's better not to think about this kind of thing. Zhou Tong immediately stopped thinking about so many things and shifted his attention to himself. His heart was drumming. Speaking of which, I've cultivated the Feather Transformation scripture of the Feather Transformation Emperor. When we reach the forbidden area of the desolate ancient era, will Ruthless treat me as a remnant of the Feather Transformation God dynasty and slap me to death? Zhou Tong did not think about this problem when he was cultivating previously, but now that he thought about it, he immediately felt his entire body turn cold. It shouldn't be right. And it's fine as long as I hug Yi Fan's thigh in the forbidden area of the desolate ancient era. As long as I pass this hurdle, I will never enter the forbidden area of the desolate ancient era again. Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. The inheritance of the Feather Transformation scripture could not be completely severed. He also did not see Ruthless chasing after the remnants of the Feather Transformation God dynasty one by one. At most, he would directly pass the feather transformation scripture to Yi Fan when the time came. Chapter 21. At this moment, the bronze coffin was also in chaos. What do we do? Who can save us? Are we really inside the bronze coffin? Why is this happening? Is there any way to get out? Some people lost their voices due to fear. Some people kept calling their cell phones, but there was no signal. Everyone, don't panic. Although there is no signal now, we will definitely be rescued immediately after something like this happened. Don't worry. Zhou Yi was very calm. His words had indeed dispelled some of the fear. Zhou Yi is right. Everyone, calm down. We will be safe. Wang Ziwen also spoke to calm everyone. However, Zhou Tong did not speak. Ever since the 9 dragons had set sail, he had been sitting cross-legged in a corner of the bronze coffin. He wanted to listen to the voices inside the bronze coffin. He knew that Celestial Dharch Huang's voice transmission was here. He was looking forward to the content of the voice transmission. On the other side, Yi Fan was also a little uneasy. He looked around with the faint light of his cell phone. Everywhere he looked, he was nervous and uneasy. But the instant he saw Zhou Tong, he was immediately somewhat surprised. So quiet and calm. He doesn't seem to be uneasy at all? Yi Fan was shocked. Yi Fan could tell that among the students in front of him, even Zhou Tong, who was the first to calm everyone down, was actually a little uneasy. However, Zhou Tong did not seem to be uneasy at all. Instead, he was calm and even seemed a little happy and expectant. Yi Fan subconsciously walked over to Zhou Tong, sat beside him, and tugged at his clothes. Zhou Tong opened his eyes and looked at Yi Fan with a puzzled expression. Yi Fan asked softly, "Zhou Tong, do you know what's going on?" "We are leaving Earth." Zhou Tong's voice sounded directly in Yi Fan's ear. "Weren't you curious about what I've been doing for the past 3 years? I've been cultivating." Yi Fan's body trembled. At first, he did suspect that cultivating was real. However, he saw that Zhou Tong's mouth did not move, but his voice sounded in his ear. Was it a voice transmission or something? Yi Fan was extremely curious. However, Zhou Tong did not care so much. He continued to transmit his voice. "Yi Fan, we were classmates, and you were the first to discover my uniqueness. I will teach you a technique. Remember it well." Zhou Tong had a strong desire to live. He was afraid that he would be slapped to death by ruthless great emperor after entering the forbidden land of desolation ancient. Therefore, he directly gave the Sea of Reincarnation scroll of the feather conversion scripture to Yi Fan. No matter what, as long as he could drag Yi Fan down with him, Ruthless would show mercy. Yi Fan was also stunned. What kind of operation was this? Was this a legendary fortuitous encounter? "Seeing how amazing your bones are, I'll impart this cultivation technique to you." Yi Fan was a little confused by Zhou Tong's actions, but he still remembered Zhou Tong's instructions and began to memorize the sutra diligently. The number of words in this sutra was extremely large. There were no less than 10,000 words. It was not something that Yi Fan could memorize at all. When Zhou Tong saw this, he simply took out a jade slip. He infused it with his godly power, and immediately, the jade slip was filled with sutra words. He directly handed this sutra to Yi Fan. "What is this?" Yi Fan was not a fool. He only saw one mold of this jade slip, and he knew that it was definitely a treasure. "This is a sutra passed down by the Feather Conversion Emperor. The Feather Conversion Scripture. This is a supreme secret manual. Quickly keep it well. Be careful not to be discovered by others." Zhou Tong finally warned through voice transmission. Regardless of whether it would work or not, the more preparations he made, the better. As long as he thought of it, he would do it. In any case, sutras were the most worthless things in his hands. He could have as many as he wanted. Just as Yi Fan was about to ask more questions, he suddenly heard someone call out to him. It was a very familiar voice. He immediately looked over and his face lit up with joy. Pang Bo. It turned out that while Zhou Tong and Yi Fan were conversing, the group of students had already begun to do a head count. Naturally, they discovered that there was an extra person, Pang Bo. Then, Pang Bo hurriedly looked for Yi Fan, who was the closest to him, to testify that he was the real one. Zhou Tong did not say anything. He continued to sit cross-legged on the spot, watching the students reveal their ugly side under their fear. Speaking of which, among my classmates, Yi Fan's past life is confirmed. There are a few others who also have past lives. I just don't know who they were in their past lives. Zhou Tong's gaze swept across a few of his classmates. One of them was Wang Ziwen, and the other was Zhou Yi. These two people had past lives among this group of students. Furthermore, from the current situation, their past lives should not be far from Yi Fan's past life. Could they be the same batch of prodigies who were blood sacrificed to become immortal cauldrons? Zhou Tong had some suspicions in his heart. He immediately gathered his divine power and poured it into the reincarnation mirror. First, he shone it at Zhou Yi. Immediately, countless images appeared in front of him. As expected, Zhou Yi and Yi Fan were prodigies who appeared at the same time. They also cultivated the feather transformation scripture. What a pity! Zhou Tong felt that it was a pity. This person overlapped with Yi Fan's past life. Wang Ziwen is much later. Let's take a look. Zhou Tong immediately turned the reincarnation mirror around and shone it at Wang Ziwen. Previously, when he was looking at Zhou Yi, he did not expend much divine power. Hence, he still had some energy left. Soon, another figure appeared on the reincarnation mirror. Oh? Wang Ziwen was actually a golden crow from Huasong's star zone in his past life? One of the 9 golden crows shot to death by De Yi? A sage golden crow? Zhou Tong's eyes shone brightly. A sage's memory was no small matter. However, Zhou Tong knew that his divine power was limited now. He could not keep looking. He had to find the most important thing, which was the scripture passed down by the Golden Crow Subthearch. The Golden Crow Subthearch, also known as the Golden Crow Tharch in the future, was able to prove his Tao as a Tharch. This meant that the scripture he created at the Subthearch level was already very complete. It could be said to be the scripture that was closest to the Thearcha's ancient scripture. Furthermore, was the Golden Crow Tharch weak? No, he was not weak at all. If he had not been too ambitious and tried to break through the path of immortal ascension when he was proving his Tao, causing his Tao fruit to be incomplete, Yi Fan would not have been able to prove his Tao under the Golden Crow Thearcha's suppression. Zhou Tong wanted to search for the ancient scripture. Soon, the scripture appeared in the reincarnation mirror. This time, it was a complete scripture. In addition to the cultivation scriptures of every mystic realm, there were also various mystic techniques of the Golden Crow race. The Golden Crow had not proven his Tao yet, so he had not created many mystic techniques that belonged to him. What he passed down to his descendants were basically only the mystic techniques passed down by the Golden Crow race. The Golden Crow races inherited mystic techniques. This is incredible. The origin of the Golden Crow race can be traced back to the celestial realm and the era of the collapse of the Tharch. This race is incredible. The more Zhou Tong looked, the more he felt that the Golden Crow race's inheritance was not weaker than the Thearcha's. After a long time, Zhou Tong finally remembered the Golden Crow race's inheritance. As expected, the Golden Crows of this world did not inherit the celestial realm's heaven-trapping celestial art. I thought I could see the killer move when the Golden Crow cries, the era of the collapse of the Tharch. Zhou Tong felt a little regretful. Forget it. It's enough to get an ancient scripture for reference and the Golden Crow race's mystic techniques. Zhou Tong was already satisfied. After all, this was the inheritance of a race. There were many good things inside. Chapter 22. At this moment, the bronze coffin suddenly shook violently. Everyone lost their balance and fell to the ground. What's going on? What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. Some of the female students were on the verge of tears as they held onto the people around them tightly. Are the rescuers here? Are they trying to save us? Amidst their worry and fear, the bronze coffin shook even more violently. No one could stand on their feet. Almost everyone fell to the ground as they came into close contact with the cold bronze coffin. Boom! With the final tremor, it was obvious that the bronze coffin had collided with something. We've finally reached the first stop, Mars. Zhou Tong was pleasantly surprised. There was another treasure here. The Bodhi body. I can't touch Yi Fan's part of the opportunity related to Emperor Ruthless. But I'll gladly accept whatever has nothing to do with Emperor Ruthless. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Soon, the bronze coffin calmed down. Light, there's light. We can go out now. Someone must be here to save us. The bronze coffin has flipped over. The coffin lid has tilted and opened a crack. We're finally out of danger. Countless students were overjoyed as they quickly climbed out. But when everyone went out, they were all stunned. All they could see was desolation. The reddish-brown ground was cold and desolate. The sky was dark and lifeless. This was definitely not Mount Tai. It was not even a place they were familiar with. Where is this place? The person who spoke with a trembling voice. Could it be that the rescuers left us in a deserted area? Could it be that they think we've been infected by something? Another person spoke, his voice also trembling. Where did we go? I want to go home. Another person spoke with a sobbing voice. Yi Fan looked at all of this quietly. Suddenly, he thought of Zhou Tong. He subconsciously looked in the direction of Zhou Tong. He was stunned by what he saw. He saw that Zhou Tong did not make any preparations. It was as if he had just lightly stepped on the ground, and his entire body was like a cannonball, directly jumping onto a huge boulder that was over 20 meters tall. Damn it! How did little tyrant turn into Superman? Pang Bo, who was standing beside Yi Fan, exclaimed. He had also followed Yi Fan's gaze and saw Zhou Tong's astonishing performance when he jumped onto the boulder in one step. Following Pang Bo's exclamation, everyone immediately looked at the boulder. They saw that Zhou Tong was already standing there, looking around. The boulder was 20 meters high and they had just come out. Even if they were a professional mountaineering team, it would be impossible for them to climb this boulder in such a short time. Little tyrant, how did you get up there? Zhou Yi loudly asked. Zhou Tong, what did you see? What is this place? Is there anyone nearby? Wang Ziwen immediately asked. At this moment, Zhou Tong turned around and looked down at the many students below. He said, "This is no longer Earth. It's very dangerous. All of you stay here and don't leave. Remember, don't stray too far from the coffin. Otherwise, if you encounter danger, I won't be able to save you." After all, they had been classmates for many years. Zhou Tong wanted to save them if he could, so he warned them. Of course, if they wanted to die, there was nothing he could do about it. Zhou Tong, what did you see? Little tyrant, what is it? The moment they heard Zhou Tong say there's danger, everyone was terrified. One by one, they opened their mouths to ask. Faced with everyone's questions, Zhou Tong did not say much. He only shook his head, then jumped off the boulder and ran in the direction of the Tempest Temple. He knew that there were a few ingrates in this group of students, so he did not want to expose himself. He did not fly, but ran. Seeing Zhou Tong's actions, the others opened their mouths. They wanted to say something, but they could not open their mouths. He jumped down from a height of more than 20 meters and ran at a speed that was clearly not a human's. Yi Fan, what happened to Zhou Tong in the past 3 years? Among all of us, You're the only one who has contact with him. You should know something, right? Wang Ziwen was frightened by Zhou Tong's actions. He immediately looked at Yi Fan and asked. I don't know much, Yi Fan said calmly. In the past 3 years, he was the only one who found me. I couldn't find him. But according to him, in the past 3 years, he went to cultivate. Cultivate? Cultivate? No way, there's really an immortal. Nonsense, even a dragon has appeared. Isn't it normal for immortals to appear? As soon as the words immortal cultivation came out, the group of students immediately went into an uproar. Everyone seemed to have forgotten that they were in a dangerous situation. Instead, they began to discuss excitedly. Lu Yunji, who had always been at odds with Yi Fan, was so jealous that his eyes turned red. He directly attacked Yi Fan. Humph, Yi Fan, since you have such a good relationship with Zhou Tong, did you cultivate too? Yi Fan glanced at Lu Yunji and said calmly, What does it have to do with you whether I cultivate or not? If you want to learn, wait for Zhou Tong to come back and find him to be your disciple. Haha, the little tyrant told me that I have to kowtow 9 times before I can serve tea to the master. Only when the master drinks the tea can I be considered a disciple. After I enter the sect, I have to carry water and chop firewood every day for a year before I can officially impart the technique. Lu Yunji, how can you tolerate that? Pang Bo also laughed and teased. Pang Bo, you. Lu Yunji still wanted to say something, but before he could finish his sentence, suddenly, the grand Buddhist voice resounded through the sky and shook the heavens. Heaven and earth were all trembling. Weng, Ma and I, Pad, Mi, Hum, the 6 words of the Buddhist mantra resounded at the same time. The benevolent, solemn, profound Buddhist voice was extremely vast. It cleansed all impurities and washed away the mortal world. For a moment everyone was stunned. But soon, when the Buddhist voice disappeared, someone discovered something strange. It was a ball of light that was not very bright. It emitted a hazy Buddhist voice and was rushing over. What is that? Someone exclaimed. But just as he finished speaking, the ball of Buddhist light had already rushed to everyone's side. The light dissipated, and it was Zhou Tong. But at this moment, Zhou Tong was completely different from when he had left. On his left belt there was half of a Vajra pestle, and on his right belt there was a broken jade rui. There was also a broken ruler and a fish drum behind his waist. In his left hand, he held a broken copper bell, in his right hand, an incense burner, a wooden fish in his arms, and a huge plaque on his back. Holy sh*t, little tyrant, what did you do? Pang Bo looked at Zhou Tong, who ran back, dumbfounded. Zhou Tong glanced at him and threw the plaque on his back over. Then, he stuffed the copper bell to Yi Fan, the incense burner to Wang Ziwen, and the wooden fish to Zhou Yi. As he distributed the items, he said, Quickly enter the copper coffin. Danger is about to descend. If you want to die, quickly enter if you don't want to die. Saying this, Zhou Tong didn't pay attention to the others. After distributing these items, he directly jumped into the copper coffin. Chapter 23. When the others heard Zhou Tong's words, they were immediately stunned. Li Chongqing, Lu Yunji, and company, who had always been at odds with Zhou Tong, wanted to retort, but before they could say anything, Zhou Tong had already entered the bronze coffin. This made them lose their target as their mouths gaped slightly. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other. Without any hesitation, they followed behind Zhou Tong and quickly climbed into the bronze coffin. After witnessing Zhou Tong's abilities, they had already decided that before the danger was over, it was best to follow Zhou Tong. Everyone followed blindly. Seeing Zhou Tong solemnly slip into the bronze coffin, followed by Yi Fan and Pang Bo following closely behind, the others immediately ran into the coffin. By the time Li Chongqing, Lu Yunji, and company reacted, half of them had already entered. Run! These people didn't have time to say anything else as they quickly followed the group into the bronze coffin. When everyone entered the bronze coffin, someone immediately began to check the items Zhou Tong had brought back. Zhou Tong had a lamp in his hand, making the dark interior of the coffin much brighter. "Yi, what's written on this plaque?" Pang Bo asked as he handed his plaque to Yi Fan. "Great Thunderclap Temple." Yi Fan read it word by word as he followed the light. "Great Thunderclap Temple? No way?" Pang Bo was shocked as he looked at Zhou Tong, who was innermost. The Buddhist chanting was like thunder. It was for the Great Thunderclap Temple. Legend had it that the Great Thunderclap Temple was where Buddha lived, but Zhou Tong actually tore down Buddha's plaque? "Zhou Tong, you even dare to tear down Buddha's home?" Pang Bo asked. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, "It's just an abandoned temple. It's completely used to suppress demons. The reason why I rushed back after taking these things was because after I took these things away, the demons suppressed under the temple were about to escape." "Aren't you a little too bold? Why did you release such an evil demon?" Pang Bo was shocked and immediately asked. Zhou Tong immediately explained, "We can't not release them. If we want to use the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, we need energy. If we don't release those demons, where will we get the energy? Without energy, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin can't set off. Won't we have to stay on Mars and starve to death?" For a moment, Yi Fan and Pang Bo were speechless. Soon, all the students were inside the bronze coffins. At this time, a series of rumbling sounds came from outside. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping, and it was also as if a raging sea was surging. Even the bronze coffin on the altar was slightly shaking. What happened? Everyone was a little frightened. "It's nothing. It's just a sandstorm on Mars." Zhou Tong said indifferently, "Stay here quietly and wait for the departure of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Don't go out and don't cause any trouble." He looked at the Buddhist treasures he had distributed. At this moment, they were all emitting a faint light. His heart calmed down slightly. Zhou Tong didn't want to distribute these Buddhist treasures, but he was afraid that something unforeseen would happen. Therefore, he had no choice but to distribute these treasures, filling the entire bronze coffin with Buddhist light. "Ah, my prayer beads!" At this moment, Zhang Xiling suddenly exclaimed. He originally had a prayer bead that Zhou Tong had just given him, but it was snatched away in the blink of an eye. Zhou Tong quickly locked his gaze on a male student and walked over. When the male student saw Zhou Tong coming over, he wanted to retreat. However, he was inside the coffin. Where could he retreat to? Soon, his back leaned against the coffin wall. Zhou Tong held the lamp in one hand and stretched out the other. He said indifferently, "Do you think you can snatch something that I, Zhou Tong, have given away? I'll give you one last chance. Hand it over." Zhou Tong's voice was very calm, but everyone could hear the domineering tone behind his words. This was not a discussion, but an order. The student was obviously very timid. He shrank back and directly handed over the prayer beads that he had just snatched. Zhou Tong took the prayer beads and handed them back to Zhang Xiling. Then, he pressed his palm on the student's shoulder and said indifferently, "I know that you have always been timid and don't have the guts to do such a thing. Who ordered you to do this? Tell me." At this moment, a person standing in front of Lu Yunji said, "Zhou Tong, you are too domineering." Another person also said, "We are in trouble here and we are classmates. We should get along well and not be opposed to each other. Let's just let it go. We shouldn't be so ruthless." However, Zhou Tong didn't even look at them. He still looked at the student he had caught and said indifferently, "I just tore down the Great Lane Temple of Buddha and released the demons suppressed under the temple. Now, the outside of the bronze coffin is full of demons. Only the inside of the bronze coffin is safe. Tell me the truth, or I'll throw you out." Zhou Tong's voice was still calm, but everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. He was simply lawless. I'll talk. This person and Zhou Tong's eyes met and immediately understood that Zhou Tong wasn't joking. If he insisted, he would definitely be thrown out. It's Li Chongqing. This person immediately said. Li Chongqing said that you brought so many things. They must be treasures. He urged me to snatch Zhang Ziling's prayer bead. Is that so? Zhou Tong looked at Li Chongqing at the side and turned to walk towards him. I didn't encourage him. Li Chongqing's mouth was very stubborn. He definitely wouldn't admit it. It's his own greed that caused trouble. It has nothing to do with me. I admit that I spoke nonsense and said that you brought back countless treasures, but I definitely didn't ask him to snatch them. Zhou Tong looked at Li Chongqing and was silent for a moment. He then shook his head and said, For the sake of our 4 years of schoolmates, I won't kill you. But this will be the last time. Roar! At this moment, a hair-raising sound came from outside the bronze coffin. It was earth-shattering. It was as if an ancient beast had cracked open the earth and broke free from the seal. Its roar shook the mountains and rivers, shaking the stars and moon. It made people tremble from the soul. Even Zhou Tong felt as if his body was trembling. This was the instinctive reaction of an ordinary cultivator when facing the holy aura. The crocodile ancestor is about to break free. I hope that the traps I set are useful. Zhou Tong silently said in his heart as he prayed. In fact, Zhou Tong had been preparing for the departure of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin for a long time. He knew that the biggest obstacle of this trip was the crocodile ancestor under the Tempest Temple. This was a real demon overlord. As long as it was slightly different from the original work, he might have to pay a huge price. Therefore, when he was still in Kunlun Mountain, he collected a lot of jade stones and refined them into hundreds of jade pieces. He used the method recorded in the Purple Sun scripture to carve a one-time Dao pattern on it, making it the weakest forbidden weapon. On the way back from the Tempest Temple, he had already scattered these jade pieces around the Tempest Temple. Of course, these things were not used to deal with the crocodiles, but the crocodiles. As long as he could kill a group of crocodiles, the energy of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin would be replenished in advance. The biggest crisis would naturally be resolved. Boom! At this moment, a trace of joy suddenly appeared on Zhou Tong's face because he knew that the trap he set was triggered. A moment later, the bronze coffin suddenly closed with a clang. Zhou Tong's heart was relieved. He knew that the most difficult level had been passed. The next thing was the Big Dipper cultivation world. Chapter 24. Inside the bronze coffin, there was only a green lamp swaying faintly, illuminating everyone's mournful expression. Some of the female students were sobbing, and some of the male students were sighing. The road ahead was vast and unpredictable. It was getting late and everyone was exhausted. Their spirits were dispirited, and all of them fell asleep. Zhou Tong was also quietly sitting cross-legged inside the coffin, quietly recovering his divine power. Inside the divine ring formed by his 10 heavenly passages, there were many precious herbs picked from the Kunlun Mountains. He only needed a single leaf to easily recover his divine power. After a while, his divine power recovered. Zhou Tong suddenly had an idea, and he poured his divine power into the purple sun lamp in the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm. Suddenly, a faint light appeared from the lamp, and then it was imprinted on Zhou Tong's eyes. For a moment, Zhou Tong's eyes were suffused with a trace of purple. He turned his head slightly and looked at the entire bronze coffin. The inside of the coffin was calm, and there was no exception. It seems like the divine obsession of a great success sage body. Something is wrong. Zhou Tong's pupils shrank, and the purple in his eyes became even more intense. He suddenly looked at a corner of the bronze coffin, and there was a black shadow half hidden behind a person. At first, Zhou Tong thought that it was one of his classmates, but after thinking carefully, the number was wrong. This person was extra. And at this time, the black shadow also seemed to have discovered Zhou Tong's gaze. It turned its head and smiled evilly. In almost an instant, Zhou Tong's heart almost stopped. That figure was malevolent and terrifying. It had snow-white teeth, eyes like a dead fish, and jet-black skin. There was not a trace of vitality, and the aura of death pervaded the air. The divine obsession of a great success sage body has really come. Zhou Tong's heart thumped. This was a real malicious spirit, the most terrifying thing in the world. The cultivation of this divine obsession is definitely not high. Shakyamuni had cut off 90% of his cultivation, and even took away his Tao root. He had been suppressed for countless years, and now the malicious spirit might not even have the strength of an immortal. Zhou Tong encouraged himself. I still have a great sage artifact in my hands. This malicious spirit definitely won't dare to provoke me. However, after calming down, Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly lit up. Reincarnation mirror. Take a picture. With the infusion of God power, the previous life of the God obsession was awakened and reflected in the reincarnation mirror. There was no doubt that the God's obsession of the great sage physique was a great sage physique in his previous life. It was an alternative great sage physique that had achieved the way. It was one of the 9 invincible great sage physiques in the world. However, time was limited. Zhou Tong wasn't in the mood to look at the experiences of the great success holy body. He was only looking for the secret method of the great success holy body. When Zhou Tong's godly power was almost depleted, he finally found it, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation, a technique from the path of immortalhood, definitely left behind by Celestial Emperor Huang. Zhou Tong silently comprehended this way and technique. He memorized it in his heart. Then, he used the precious medicine again to recover his power. After a while, when his godly power recovered, he looked at the God's obsession of the great sage physique with the reincarnation mirror again. He suddenly saw something. As Zhou Tong recovered his godly power, he used the reincarnation mirror to look at the God's obsession. He spent a total of 5 to 6 hours and recovered more than 10 times. Finally, he stopped. The fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the sutra created by the great sage physique, and some ancient sutras obtained by the great sage physique on the path of cultivation. I've really struck gold. Zhou Tong was very excited. He had seen more than 1 or 2 imperial sutras. Although they were all incomplete sutras, they were already very impressive. The 4 extremes and dragon transformation of the indestructible heaven skill, the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, and 4 extremes of the Sovereign Sutra, the Dragon Transformation and Immortal Foundation of the Sun Sutra, the Tao Palace, 4 extremes, Dragon Transformation and Immortal Foundation of the Free and Unfettered Sutra, and the Immortal Foundation of the Demon Emperor Sutra. There were also countless secret techniques, such as the Divine Physique's Secret Realm Cultivation Method, some of the secret techniques and secret techniques in the ancient scriptures, and some of the secret techniques and formation patterns created by the Great Success Divine Physique. The most important thing was that Zhou Tong saw the 9 esotericas. The Great Sage Physique had learned 2 of the 9 esotericas in his previous life. The forward esotericas and the group esotericas of the 9 esotericas. The God's obsession of the Great Sage Physique is really a treasure. The memory of my previous life is unimaginable. I guess I've only explored 1/10 of it. My cultivation is still too weak to support me to explore it so many times. Zhou Tong felt a little regretful. The most regrettable thing was that he didn't see the duel between the Great Sage Physique and the Tyrant Physique. Otherwise, he might have been able to see some of the Tyrant Physique's secret technique. Forget it. There are so many secret techniques and ancient sutras, which are enough for me to comprehend. Let's not worry about it for now. Next, I should comprehend the 100-word ancient sutra in the bronze coffin. Zhou Tong no longer paid attention to the god's obsession of the great sage physique. He immediately sat down with his legs crossed. The seed of the Bodhi tree quietly stayed in his 10 heavenly caves' divine ring. It emitted waves of clear air, which cleared his mind. Gradually, a strange sound began to sound in his heart. Moreover, this sound became louder and louder. It was like the sound of the great path heaven. It was also like a mysterious truth. The way of heaven is to take from what is in excess and make up for what is in deficiency. The first sentence of this mysterious sound came from the Tao Te Ching. However, the next sentence was a mysterious scripture that Zhou Tong had never heard of before. It was difficult for him to understand the meaning of this scripture. The vast, mysterious sound seemed to have come from an ancient time and space. At the same time, it was like a huge bell that vibrated in Zhou Tong's ears and entered his heart. The sound of the great path heaven was like a deep sea. It was profound and vast. Every word that rang out was like the collapse of the heavens and the earth. It resounded throughout the universe. It made his heart tremble and his thoughts fluctuate. He didn't know where he was. At that moment, Yi Fan, who had been watching Zhou Tong, also noticed that Zhou Tong's state was somewhat abnormal. He subconsciously came to Zhou Tong's side. However, the moment he came to Zhou Tong's side, a mysterious sound of the great path heaven shocked Yi Fan. He looked at Zhou Tong in shock and then looked at the small coffin not far away. It turned out that there was an inheritance here. Without thinking much, Yi Fan also immersed himself in the inheritance of this scripture. This scripture didn't have many words. It was only a few hundred words. However, it repeatedly echoed in their hearts. In the end, both of them completely memorized this scripture. At that moment, both of them opened their eyes again. Yi Fan, you also? Zhou Tong was a little surprised when he saw Yi Fan. The Bodhi seed was clearly in his hands. How did Yi Fan hear this sound? Or had Ruthless done something to this place long ago? Could he be sure that Yi Fan would definitely hear this sound? Could it be that Ruthless really did something when the 9 dragons pulling the coffin came to Earth? Was it to bring Yi Fan here? Zhou Tong found it difficult to understand for a moment. Ruthless should be in a half-crazy and half-awake state now. He shouldn't have the ability to set up the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Or could it be that Ruthless already predicted all of this back then, so he left some tricks behind? Zhou Tong immediately thought of the 9 secret techniques that Ruthless created in order to fight against the 9th Celestial Venerable. Among them, there was a secret technique to deal with the forwarding secret technique. Could it be that she really predicted the secret technique to deal with the forwarding secret technique hundreds of thousands of years ago? Zhou Tong didn't dare to think further. This brother complex was really a little scary. Chapter 25. The star chart in the bronze coffin started to light up bit by bit. One of the lines showed the path of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin and the final destination, the Big Dipper star zone. At that moment, everyone suddenly felt the bronze coffin shake violently, and the earth shook. Everyone who was still in a deep sleep woke up from their dreams one by one. Are we reaching the destination? Where is it? Is it the God's kingdom or the so-called celestial world? Can we see the legendary celestial Buddha? Everyone was very nervous, but at the same time, they were full of expectations. Zhou Tong also stood up. He glanced in the direction of the divine thought, who had a holy body, and thought to himself, this hostile ghost didn't take the opportunity to attack? However, when he turned his head and looked at the Buddhist items in the bronze coffin, which were emitting Buddhist light, he immediately understood. In the original work, the power in these Buddhist items was almost exhausted when killing the small crocodiles. However, it was different now. Those small crocodiles were all killed by Zhou Tong's trap, So the power in these Buddhist items was still intact. Therefore, there was almost no gloomy aura in this bronze coffin. It was like a temple hall. Naturally, this hostile ghost didn't have the courage to run out. As the bronze coffin approached its destination, the whole bronze coffin shook violently. Suddenly, everyone felt dizzy. At the same time, the walls of the coffin emitted a hazy light curtain, which offset the impact. In the last loud sound, the lid of the bronze coffin was shaken off its original position, and it fell to the ground. Light. I see light. It's the familiar world of light. As soon as the bronze coffin opened, everyone couldn't help but shout. The fresh air even had the smell of flowers and plants. It was obviously a world of light full of vitality. Everyone couldn't help but rush out together. At that moment, they were standing on top of a mountain and could look at the scenery in the distance. As far as the eye could see, there was a continuous mountain range. The top of the mountain was made of strange rocks and strong ancient trees. There were also old vines, which were like dragons, coiling around the mountain. It was full of vitality and vitality. When everyone saw this, their previous sadness and discomfort were swept away. The beautiful environment was indeed the best environment to cure psychological problems. Among the group of people who had been crying, a trace of passion for life appeared in their eyes. However, compared to the optimism of the others, Zhou Tong's brows were tightly knit together. This was because he noticed that there was a mysterious force here that was constantly extracting his essence, energy, and vitality. Moreover, the speed was becoming faster and faster. Not only that, but the power that extracted life force was also targeted at one's cultivation. The higher one's cultivation was, the faster one's life force would drain away. Although Zhou Tong had embarked on the path of cultivation, he had no advantage over Yi Fan and the others. As expected of a forbidden area in the remote antiquity, I must find the divine fruit and the divine spring as soon as possible. Otherwise, even though I have embarked on the path of cultivation, I am afraid I will not be able to hold on for long. Zhou Tong felt a sense of crisis. This feeling was like being tied to the ground and watching others bleed him. It was extremely terrifying. If it was someone with a weaker psychological quality, they would probably be scared out of their wit. Yi Fan, who was standing not far from Zhou Tong, also noticed Zhou Tong's furrowed brows. He immediately asked, "Zhou Tong, what's wrong? What did you find? Is there any danger here?" Hearing Yi Fan's voice, a few students who were paying attention to Zhou Tong immediately looked over. Zhou Tong said, "Unlike you, I have embarked on the path of cultivation when I was on Earth. Although I am just a beginner, my perception is completely different from yours. I can detect things that you can't. This place is very dangerous. It is even more dangerous than Mars. This place is constantly extracting our life force. If we continue to stay here, it won't be long before we are all finished. Then what should we do?" Hearing this, everyone became anxious. Rumble. Without waiting for Zhou Tong's answer, the 9 dragons and the bronze coffin that brought everyone over suddenly began to vibrate. Immediately after, they slid down the cliff. Everyone could not help but break out in cold sweat. If they were a step slower and did not run out, the consequences would be unimaginable. After the dragon corpse and the bronze coffin fell down the cliff, there was no sound at all. This immediately shocked the others even more. Only God knew how deep the cliff was, and at this moment, without the bronze coffin and dragon corpse blocking their vision, everyone could see the real scenery here. This was a bottomless abyss formed by 9 mountains. It looked like the crater of a volcano, a bottomless crater of a volcano. "Are we standing on top of a volcano?" someone asked in doubt. "Little tyrant, since you are a cultivator, can you see what is below the cliff?" Zhou Yi suddenly asked. Zhou Tong shook his head and said helplessly, "Do you really think I am that powerful? I have only just embarked on the path of cultivation. I have only just begun my cultivation. Earth is in an age of decline. I have cultivated there for 3 years without any result. If you guys were to cultivate on this planet, you would probably be able to catch up to me in a few months. At this moment, Wang Ziwen asked curiously, "You keep talking about cultivation. What kind of cultivation is it? Is it like those novels, Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Golden Pill, Nascent Soul, etc.? Zhou Tong said, "There are a total of 5 secret realms for cultivation. Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, 4 Extremes, Dragon Transformation, and Immortal Foundation. I am still in the lowest level of the Sea of Reincarnation. Furthermore, it is in the lowest state of the Sea of Reincarnation. It is useless to ask me more." Zhou Tong said these words without any pressure. He really did not lie to them. Compared to the Sea of Reincarnation of the Dharch, his Sea of Reincarnation was indeed in the lowest state. "Is that so?" Hearing Zhou Tong's words, the others fell silent. But at the same time, they were excited in their hearts. Zhou Tong had only just embarked on the path of cultivation, and he was already so powerful. After a few months, wouldn't they also have the same ability? Ah, look! What is that? At this moment, the others saw a huge golden condor in the sky. Its claws were holding an elephant. It was only at this moment that they truly realized that this world was no longer the world from before. Instead, it was a terrifying world that was like a legend. The group of people discussed all at once. They seemed to be very excited, and they all left aside the topic of the loss of vitality that Zhou Tong had warned them about. Because they could not clearly feel their vitality flowing away, they naturally did not have such fear. They only thought that what Zhou Tong had said earlier was just to scare them. And the most direct thing was that they saw that Zhou Tong did not seem to be nervous at all. Therefore, they naturally did not feel nervous. Chapter 26. The students' excitement quickly faded away. Growl! Someone's stomach suddenly growled, and some of them laughed awkwardly. However, no one made fun of them. Eating, drinking, shitting, and sleeping were the most time-consuming activities in life. Immediately, some people walked further away and went to a place not far away to relieve themselves. "Little tyrant, what do we do?" At this moment, Zhou Tong looked at him. "It's useless even if you tell us that we'll lose our life force here. We're all so tired that we can't even move." Ever since the class reunion, they had started climbing Mount Tai early in the morning. After climbing for an entire day and experiencing the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, they had walked for a total of 8 to 9 hours on the starry sky ancient path. Everyone was tired and hungry. "Bring out all your food. I'll go find some water and fruits nearby," Zhou Tong said after a moment of silence. "I'll go with you." Yi Fan and Pang Bo immediately volunteered. Zhou Tong nodded. He was waiting for Yi Fan to say something. If Yi Fan didn't say anything, he would take the initiative to do so. In vicious territory, as long as he had Yi Fan with him, they would most likely be safe. After walking for a few dozen meters, Zhou Tong suddenly pointed into the distance and said, "Look, there's a spring over there." In the middle of an open space surrounded by vines as thick as buckets, there was a spring about 1 square meter in size. The spring water flowed like dew from a sweet spring. Beside the spring, there were 13 small trees that were half a meter tall. The leaves of the small trees were wide and verdant, like human palms. It looked as if there were 13 little people with many hands standing there. There was a small crimson fruit at the top of each small tree. It looked like a cherry, but it was much bigger than a cherry. It was about the size of an egg. The 3 of them walked over, and they could smell an extremely rich fruity aroma from afar. "What kind of fruit is this? It smells so good. It's not poisonous, is it?" Pang Bo looked at one of the fruits and almost drooled. Yi Fan also subconsciously looked at Zhou Tong, as if waiting for Zhou Tong's answer. Zhou Tong casually plucked a fruit and said, This is a supreme treasure. Quickly eat it and you'll be reborn." As he spoke, he plucked a fruit and gestured for Yi Fan to pluck one as well before stuffing it into his mouth. Suddenly, Zhou Tong felt a strong fragrance rush into his internal organs and pervade his entire body. A few scratches on the wheel of life have disappeared. Zhou Tong had just eaten the fruit and immediately felt the strong medicinal effects of this fruit. This was because he felt that 5 scratches on his wheel of life had disappeared. 5 of the original 25 scratches disappeared, leaving only 20 scratches. As expected of a part of the immortal divine medicine. What an amazing medicinal effect! Zhou Tong was very excited. The fewer scratches on the wheel of life, the greater his potential. Continue eating. Zhou Tong continued to pluck the second fruit and continued to eat. On the other side, Yi Fan and Pang Bo also quickly ate. This fruit was really too fragrant. The more they ate, the more they wanted to eat. Moreover, the more they ate, the more energetic they became. In just a short moment, all the fruits on these trees had entered the stomachs of the 3 people. Yi Fan and Pang Bo each ate 4. Zhou Tong ate 1 more than them, eating a total of 5. After swallowing these 5 fruits, Zhou Tong only felt that his entire body was transparent, as if he was about to become a feather and ascend. The wheel of life in the sea of reincarnation was sparkling and flawless, without a trace of a scratch. At this moment, he was like a newborn baby, pure and sparkling. I almost forgot. I should bring a few back for Yi and Zhang Xiling. After eating, Yi Fan suddenly reacted. They must have been starving. Pang Bo also patted his head and shook his head. There's no other way. This fruit is really too delicious. I ate it and forgot. If you're done eating, then so be it. There's still water here. Zhou Tong was already squatting on the ground. His right hand reached into the divine spring, and a sparkling divine ring instantly appeared in his palm. When Yi Fan and Pang Bo did not notice, Zhou Tong began to use the power of his 10 Paradise Divine Ring to absorb the divine spring. Within the 10 Paradise Divine Ring, the divine spring flowed. Very quickly, a half-meter wide and half-meter deep pool appeared within the 10 Paradise Divine Ring. Surging life essence began to fill the entire 10 Paradise Divine Ring. The white tiger divine medicine suddenly transformed into a small white tiger. It looked dignified and strong, and its small pink nose constantly sniffed the void. Then, as if it had discovered something, it immediately turned into a white light and appeared beside the divine spring, taking root nearby. The white tiger divine medicine's branches and leaves stretched out. Every leaf was sparkling and translucent, accompanied by whirlpool patterns. It looked like a small white tiger. At the same time, an extremely powerful life essence seeped out from the leaves. It made Zhou Tong feel as if he was about to ascend. The entire 10 Paradise Divine Ring became much brighter. Amazing. As expected of the immortal divine medicine. Just this fluctuation alone is amazing. Zhou Tong slowly retracted his palm. He had already taken away about 1/5 of the divine spring. If he continued to take it, even ruthless emperor would find trouble with him. After that, Zhou Tong looked at his 10 Paradise Divine Ring and calculated. This divine spring is enough for the white tiger divine medicine to absorb for 2,000 years. For the time being, I don't have to worry about the white tiger divine medicine's nourishment. At this moment, Yi Fan and Pang Bo had finished drinking. They immediately looked at Zhou Tong and asked, "Zhou Tong, what's so special about this divine spring? It doesn't seem to feel anything." Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at the 2 of them and said indifferently, "Nonsense. You haven't stepped on the path of cultivation yet. Naturally, you can't feel the profoundness of this divine spring. This divine spring contains a huge amount of life essence. Didn't I say that life essence would be lost here? Drinking a mouthful of this divine spring will allow you to last for 1 more day." "Really?" Pangbo's face revealed a trace of joy. He immediately poured out all the mineral water bottles beside him and began to fill them with the divine spring. Fill some divine spring water and bring it back for them to drink. At least it can replenish some of their lost life essence, Zhou Tong said as he bent down and drank. Previously, he had only stored the divine spring water in his 10 paradise divine ring. This was what he needed. Zhou Tong drank about a liter of divine spring water. Then, he immediately circulated the scripture and began to refine the divine spring water. Immediately, a huge amount of life essence began to rapidly transform into Zhou Tong's divine power. This divine power was extremely strong. However, Zhou Tong did not use it to break through the Dao Palace mystic realm. Instead, he poured all of this divine power into the reincarnation mirror. Then, he shone the reincarnation mirror at the white tiger divine medicine again. Previous life, previous life, previous life. Tracing back to the source, white tiger immortal king, appear, Zhou Tong said in his heart. The images on the reincarnation mirror kept flashing as countless images appeared. It was like the river of time. Everything was rewinding. In the blink of an eye, millions of years had passed. Finally, a tall and imposing figure appeared on the reincarnation mirror. Chapter 27. This was a tall and majestic figure, standing tall like an ancient divine mountain, giving off an endless majesty. A head of silver-white hair fluttered in the wind, strong muscles, a pair of white eyebrows that were like swords, and blue eyes filled with violence and ferocity, filled with baleful aura. With every move he made, there was an incomparably majestic aura, enough to shock the ancient times, destroy the heavens, and kill everything. Wisps of white light seeped out from his body, incomparably sharp, and wisps of white gas sprayed out from his mouth and nose. That was the Qi of Gungjin. Light flowed in his eyes, and 10,000 years passed with a glance, as if the sun, moon, and stars all rose and fell. The great Tao of the heavens interweaved around him. He was the god of the heavens, the supreme ruler in charge of the life and death of all things. That aura of supremacy swept through the great 1,000 worlds, covering 3,000 worlds. What shocked Zhou Tong the most was that this person actually had a kind of will, a terrifying will that could split the heavens and earth, spin the universe, and destroy all life. This was the White Tiger Immortal King. This was the will of an immortal king. The White Tiger clan was once a famous overlord in the immortal realm, and more than one immortal king had appeared. What Zhou Tong saw at this moment was the former immortal king of the White Tiger clan. With the appearance of the White Tiger Immortal King, the consumption of divine power in Zhou Tong's body immediately skyrocketed at an extremely terrifying speed. The divine power refined from this divine spring could only last for half a minute at most. I must find the inheritance of the White Tiger clan in this half a minute, the inheritance of an immortal king. Zhou Tong was very anxious. He wanted to find the profound technique of the White Tiger Immortal King as soon as possible. But the White Tiger Immortal King had lived for more than 1,000,000 years. If he wanted to search all of it, Zhou Tong would need to spend at least 1,000 years. This half a minute was really not enough. I finally found a technique. Zhou Tong didn't think too much, and didn't care what kind of technique it was. He directly poured the last bit of divine power into the reincarnation mirror, turning this technique into an imprint, imprinting it in the depths of his primordial spirit. When he had time in the future, he would comprehend it. In any case, this was definitely a technique from the immortal ancient era, and it was a technique that an immortal king had taken a fancy to. It was definitely shocking, far above the current great emperor ancient scriptures. 1. When the last bit of divine power dissipated, the reincarnation mirror fell silent again. At this moment, Zhou Tong began to carefully look at the technique in his primordial spirit. It was a very profound technique with tens of thousands of runes. Just looking at it made Zhou Tong feel a bit dizzy. At this moment, the seed of Bodhi within his 10 heavenly passages divine ring emitted a wisp of clear air, causing Zhou Tong's soul to become clear. The incomparably complex runes also slowly appeared before his eyes. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that the White Tiger Immortal King was actually proficient in the 10 ferocious treasured techniques when he was alive. After thoroughly seeing the evolution of this precious technique, Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of joy. Vicious 10, 9-leaf sword grass. After the Lightning Emperor's treasured technique, this is the second vicious 10 treasured technique, grass symbol sword technique. Zhou Tong was ecstatic. As the heavenly tyrant body, I can cultivate a total of 9 divine forms. In the future, I will use the Vicious 10 as the foundation of my 9 divine forms. According to the description of the original work, the heavenly tyrant body had 9 divine forms. They were the true dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, phoenix, qilin, snake, overlord bell, Kuan Peng, and an unknown one. However, it was clear that compared to the true dragon, Phoenix, Qilin, and Kuan Peng, the other divine forms were still a bit weaker even though they were extremely powerful. The 9 divine forms of the tyrant body can fuse together to become a war immortal. However, the tyrant body of this world can't do it. Is it because their divine forms are a bit weaker? Zhou Tong couldn't help but think of this point. If I take 9 of the Vicious 10 to form a brand new 9 divine forms, will it be a bit stronger? Perhaps. This is my immortal ascension technique. What exactly is a war immortal? Perhaps if I gather the true dragon horn, heavenly horned ant horn, phoenix wings, Kuan Peng wings, lightning emperor wings, Qilin armor, 9 netherworlds rocktail, 9-leaf sword grass hair, and mole cricket claw, then I might be able to become a war immortal? Finally, Zhou Tong shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The war immortal realm was still too far away from him. The most important thing now was to leave the forbidden area of the ancient desolation and find a place to cultivate. At this moment, Yi Fan and Pang Bo also filled their water bottles and urged Zhou Tong to return with them. Zhou Tong nodded and followed the 2 of them back to where the group of students were. Seeing the 3 of them return, Zhou Yi immediately went up to them and asked, "How was it? Did you find anything?" Zhou Tong gestured. Immediately, Yi Fan and Pang Bo took out the mineral water bottles in their hands. Zhou Tong said, "This is the divine spring that we found. As I said before, staying here will consume your life force. If each of you drink a mouthful of this divine spring, it should be able to offset the consumption of your life force. Perhaps it will allow us to leave this place safely." Divine spring, is this thing really that magical? Let me try it first. Li Chongqing didn't regard himself as an outsider. He walked over and grabbed the bottle in Pang Bo's hand. Bah! Pang Bo looked at Li Chongqing and sneered. "You really don't know how long your face is. I've never seen someone as thick-skinned as you." Looking at Li Chongqing's expression, Pang Bo knew that Li Chongqing was going to take a bottle of divine spring for himself. This kind of person was the most selfish. "How can you talk like that?" Li Chongqing was embarrassed and said with a sullen face, "We are classmates who came to this strange world together. We should help each other, now that everyone is hungry and thirsty, and there is also the danger of losing our life force. You have found something to alleviate the situation, so you should share it with everyone." Zhou Tong said indifferently, "That's right, we brought this divine spring to share with everyone. So, this divine spring is not for you." With that, Zhou Tong took an empty bottle from Li Chongqing. It was a bottle of water that he secretly drank in the bronze coffin. Holding the bottle, Zhou Tong casually took out a small knife from his pocket. With a slash, the upper half of the bottle was cut off, forming a cup. He then made a scratch on the cup and said, "To be fair, let's use this cup to hold it. Every time we pour the water, it will be at this scratch. These few bottles of water can be divided fairly." That's right, this method is very fair. Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen and the others nodded and agreed with this method of distribution. Soon, one by one, the students took the cup and the few bottles of divine spring water were all used up. Let's go. Seeing this, Zhou Tong finally said, if we continue to stay here, it will only be harmful. Let's quickly leave this damned place. This divine spring can't last for long. The sooner we leave, the better. Zhou Tong didn't want to stay in Vicious Emperor's territory for a second longer. If there was something wrong with Vicious Emperor's head, and he wanted to get rid of a big enemy for his brother, then he would be finished. The feeling of having his life in the hands of others was really uncomfortable. Chapter 28. The way to leave the forbidden area of the remote antiquity was very simple. They just had to walk with their backs facing the abyss. Go in that direction, and you can leave the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. Zhou Tong pointed to the front and said, I won't go with you. I'll go first. What? Little Overlord, why? Zhou Yi exclaimed. Zhou Tong, you'd better stay. Wang Ziwen persuaded him. We came here together, and we can take care of each other. The other students also opened their mouths to persuade Zhou Tong to stay. He was the only one here who had embarked on the path of cultivation. With him around, this group of people would feel more at ease. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, You are still mortals, so the forbidden area of the remote antiquity has the least influence on you. I have embarked on the path of cultivation, and I can't stay here for long. If I follow your footsteps, I will definitely die here. No need to say more. I'll go first. With that, Zhou Tong didn't stop at all. He didn't care about the slightest demeanor and directly ran out. What a joke! In the forbidden area of the remote antiquity, the higher the cultivation of a person, the faster the loss of vitality, and the speed would increase with the passage of time. These mortals who didn't cultivate could hold on for 1 or 2 days, but if it were him, he might not even be able to hold on for half a day. Although drinking the holy spring could alleviate the symptoms, it was a treasure. How could he waste it like that? He wasn't like Yi Fan, who relied on his powerful sister to treat the forbidden area of the remote antiquity as his back garden. He probably wouldn't come to the forbidden area of the remote antiquity for a long time, so there would be no source of the holy spring in the future. This was even more reason not to waste it. In the future, he would have to use the holy spring sparingly. As for what would happen to those students, it was none of Zhou Tong's business. He had escorted them all the way here, and he had done his best. When they came to the Big Dipper in the original work, half of them had died, and Li Xiaoman had been possessed by the avatar of the crocodile ancestor. Now, none of them had died, and Li Xiaoman was fine. It was all thanks to Zhou Tong's secret protection. Zhou Tong could not help but think, perhaps there will be a few more almighties in this group? This group of people, as long as they didn't die in the end, each and every one of them had extraordinary achievements. Perhaps, with double the number of people, there would be double the number of almighty people in the future? But that was just a thought. What would happen in the future, they still had to make their own way. It was enough that Zhou Tong could take care of himself. With Zhou Tong's speed, he walked faster and faster after leaving Yi Fan and the others. Towards the end, it was as if he was flying. In less than 15 minutes, he had already left the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. I've finally left the forbidden land. I don't have to worry about vicious brother complex anymore. After exiting the forbidden land, Zhou Tong could not help but exhale deeply. He then sat down cross-legged and inspected his sea of reincarnation. He discovered that there were 3 more scratches on the originally sparkling and flawless wheel of life. The forbidden land of the remote antiquity is really ruthless. In just 15 minutes it took away 3 years of my life. And this was because a part of the divine medicine's fruit was not completely refined. That part of the medicine's effect offset a part of the power. When Zhou Tong thought of this, he could not help but feel a lingering fear. The Forbidden Land was indeed a forbidden land. It was really terrifying. But fortunately, he had overcome the biggest hurdle and was now in the real cultivation world. The real cultivation world. When Zhou Tong thought of this, he shook his head and then calmed himself down. Next, I should break through to the Dao Palace mystic realm first. After leaving the forbidden land of the remote antiquity, Zhou Tong felt relaxed and flew for dozens of miles. Finally, they found a valley that was relatively quiet and rich in spirit qi. He casually set up some array patterns nearby. Then, he took out the purple sun lamp from the sea of reincarnation and poured some holy spring into it as fuel. Suddenly, the misty light shrouded the entire valley. After ensuring that everything was safe, Zhou Tong immediately sat down cross-legged. But at the same time, he was thinking, what scripture should I use to break through to the Dao Palace mystic realm? Now, Zhou Tong had 3 emperor-level scriptures in the Dao Palace mystic realm: the Feather Conversion Scripture, the Emperor Scripture, and the Free Celestial Scripture. They were created by the Feather Conversion Emperor, the Emperor Scripture, and the Free Celestial Scripture respectively. My Sea of Reincarnation secret realm was completed with the Feather Conversion Scripture. Logically speaking, it would be an excellent choice to continue cultivating the Feather Conversion Scripture in the Dao Palace mystic realm. But my Feather Conversion Scripture only has the Sea of Reincarnation Scripture and the Dao Palace Scripture. There is no scripture after that. The Free Celestial Scripture is the most comprehensive scripture in my hand. Except for the basic Sea of Reincarnation Scripture, the cultivation methods of the other 4 mystic realms are all complete. But speaking of which, I don't have the strongest ancient scriptures in each mystic realm. In terms of the strongest ancient scriptures in each mystic realm, the strongest ancient scripture in the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm was the Dao scripture passed down by the Lord Daoda. The strongest ancient scripture in the Dao Palace mystic realm was the Western Emperor scripture passed down by the Western Emperor. The strongest ancient scripture in the 4 mystic realms was the Eternal Universe scripture passed down by the Eternal Universe Great Emperor, the strongest ancient scripture in the Dragon Transformation mystic realm was the Imperial Emperor scripture passed down by the Emperor Tai. As for the Immortal Foundation mystic realm, it was hard to say. Each ancient scripture had its own unique characteristic. But if one cultivated both the extreme yin and extreme yang, it was definitely the strongest. Forget it, I'll just practice the Emperor Master's scripture. Even if the Emperor Master's scripture is not the strongest in the secret realm of the Dao Palace, it's definitely at the top. After Zhou Tong made up his mind, he immediately closed his eyes and calmed down. Buzz! At this moment, a divine ring appeared behind Zhou Tong. This was the divine ring formed by his 10 paradises. Within the divine ring, a Bodhi seed exuded a clear aura and entered Zhou Tong's heart. He was comprehending the Emperor's scripture. Although it was only the Emperor's scripture of the Dao Palace mystic realm, it was extremely complicated. Just looking at it would make one dazzled. However, with the support of the Bodhi seed, Zhou Tong smoothly started to comprehend the meaning of the Emperor's scripture. With the help of the Bodhi seed, he even felt a vigorous momentum. The Emperor's scripture was like a waterfall that continuously rushed into the depths of Zhou Tong's heart. It made him feel as if his entire body was filled with an indescribable feeling. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The essence of the 5 elements gradually evolved in Zhou Tong's heart. A great sun, a valley filled with golden aura, a vast ocean, a divine mountain that suppressed the heavens, a giant tree full of vitality. These 5 elements were like a picture of the 5 elements that was deeply imprinted in Zhou Tong's heart. It gave him a further understanding and comprehension of the Emperor's scripture. Gradually, the aura around Zhou Tong also began to gradually surge up. Just by comprehending the Emperor's scripture, he showed signs of a breakthrough. It had to be said that the Emperor's scripture was priceless. Even if the Tao Palace scroll was not as good as the Western Emperor's scripture, it was definitely an unimaginable immortal scripture. Chapter 29. After 7 days, Zhou Tong finally comprehended the scriptures of Di Zun's Tao Palace secret realm. At the same time, he also had a comprehensive understanding of Di Zun's Tao Palace secret realm. The Tao Palace secret realm consisted of the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidney. The Tao Palace contained the essence of life and was immortal. It was an extremely powerful secret realm in the human body. 5 Tao Palaces, 5 gods. If one could cultivate the 5 gods, they would never die. The 5 gods would always exist, and the 5 qi connected the heaven and earth. It was endless and could exist forever. In fact, the so-called 5 qi in the chest referred to the Tao Palace secret realm. This secret realm was very important. If one wanted to live forever, they had to study this secret realm and evolve the 5 elements. In the 10 heavens divine ring, a large divine spring was completely refined. It turned into a hazy mist and spread out, completely enveloping Zhou Tong. Using the divine spring as a resource to advance to the Tao Palace secret realm, there was no other way in the world to advance so extravagantly. Let the glory be, let the wither be, let the wither be. It was impartial, without sorrow or joy. Zhou Tong could clearly see that above his sea of reincarnation, there was a heavenly palace. As long as he rushed in, it would be a different world. Ascending to immortality, another level of heaven. His sea of reincarnation glowed and purple waves surged in the sea of sufferings. There were also feather-like patterns shining, as if he had turned into a ray of celestial light that went straight into the 9 levels of heaven. Boom! With the white sun ascension, Zhou Tong suddenly entered a brand new world. This place was full of vitality. The qi of the 5 elements suddenly turned into 5 dragon-like divine smokes that rushed into the sky. However, the purple sun lamp beside Zhou Tong shook slightly. The hazy halo immediately covered the 5 elements' divine smokes, preventing them from leaking out. Zhou Tong knew that with his current foundation and physique, when he broke through, there would definitely be a shocking phenomenon. So, he directly used the purple sun lamp to seal everything to prevent others from spying on him. If he had the means, he would definitely protect all of his phenomena. Otherwise, there might be some knowledgeable people in the cultivation world who would be able to see through him from some of his phenomena, especially the passers-by of shrouded heaven world. They were experienced and knowledgeable. No secret could be hidden from them. Now that he had advanced to the Tao Palace mystic realm, Zhou Tong was faced with a choice. Which of the 5 Tao Palaces, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidney should he cultivate first? The spleen is the foundation of Hotian, the source of biochemistry, the blood of all meridians, and the flesh of the body. My first choice is the divine treasure of the spleen. Zhou Tong thought for a moment and decided on his first Tao Palace. The world of the Holy Ji Palace was completely shrouded in fog. There was nothing there, and it could only wait for Zhou Tong to discover it himself. He followed his instincts to search for his divine treasure of the spleen. The spleen is the central soil, and the spleen fills the foreside. The spleen disperses the essence, which goes up to the lungs. The impure air goes to the heart, and the impure essence goes to the meridians. The scattered essence goes to the liver, and the impure air goes to the tendons. The kidney receives the essence of the organs and hides it. It could be said that the center of the human body's 5 viscera and 6 bowels was the divine treasure of the spleen. Zhou Tong followed his instincts and soon broke through the fog and came to the side. The god of the spleen was shaped like a horse's sickle. It had not yet taken human form, which meant that it was still in the process of transformation. The cultivation of the Tao Palace mystic realm began from this step. Essence formed the foundation of the human body. After entering the Tao Palace mystic realm, the first thing to do was to transform essence into spirit and let the God be born. The Tao of all things is the intersection of yin and yang, and then the God will see. Zhou Tong silently recited the ancient scriptures of the sovereign. The essence of Xiantian accompanied the birth of the human body. It was the beginning of the human body, and when it was formed, the God was born, and when it was formed, the God was destroyed. The essence of Hotian needed to be refined to nourish the God's life. The spleen is the earth, and it hides the will and wisdom. The human body and the universe corresponded to each other. The divine treasure of the spleen was the foundation of the human body. It was the foundation of all things, and the foundation of the human body's 5 elements. This divine treasure drove the circulation of the human body's essence and life. Endless essence from the 10 heavenly ring poured into the body. Suddenly, boom! The divine treasure that was shaped like a horse scythe directly dispersed the mist. Zhou Tong instantly felt his entire body relax as his pores opened up. A strange energy flowed out and nourished every inch of his flesh and blood. He had just broken through the Tao Palace mystic realm, and the essence of the Khanate was born. The divine treasure of the spleen was like the earth. It was like the beginning of the world, and all things had a foundation. The Tao Palace mystic realm was now open. The first level of the Tao Palace mystic realm. Zhou Tong stood up. At this moment, he felt as if he had merged with the Tao of heaven and earth. His entire body was one with the Tao. When he took a step forward, the rhythm of the Tao was produced. His steps were light. With a light step, his entire body floated up as if there was no gravity at all. This is the Tao Palace mystic realm. It is indeed more mysterious than the Sea of Reincarnation mystic realm. His entire body was bright yellow, and then it slowly turned transparent. The essence of the earth cleansed him of all impurities. The inside and outside of the Tao Palace were bright and clean, and his body gradually became crystal clear. But soon, this phenomenon quickly disappeared. Zhou Tong had already cultivated to the great perfection of the Grotto Heaven realm when he was in the chaotic ancient technique. He had even made breakthroughs on this foundation. Therefore, when he broke through the Tao Palace mystic realm, it was easy for him to control his own strength. He used the fingers of his right hand like a knife, and there were even traces of lightning flowing between them. He casually drew a line across his arm, and immediately, a bloodstain appeared. Indeed, from the Tao Palace mystic realm onwards, my tyrant ether blood truly began to show. The purple blood has already begun to show signs. Zhou Tong looked at the bloodstain and said softly. Although the bloodstain was still bright red, one could see that within the bright red blood, there were already traces of purple. Now, he was only at the first level of the Tao Palace mystic realm. As his cultivation improved, the purple color in his blood would become more and more intense. When he reached the great perfection of the Tao Palace mystic realm, the blood in his body would basically turn purple, leaving only traces of bright red. It was only when he advanced to the 4 extreme secret realms that the blood in his body would completely turn purple, and he would have achieved small success in the tyrant body. However, my tyrant ether blood cultivation in the Tao Palace mystic realm really does consume a lot of resources. Zhou Tong immediately looked at his 10 Grotto Heaven divine ring and saw that the divine spring had decreased a little. The more powerful the constitution, the more resources it would consume. When the innate sacred body was born, it would need the life essence of an ancient planet to nourish it. The more resources it consumed, the more solid its foundation would be. This was the huge advantage of having a strong constitution in the early stages. The cultivation that they spent resources on would have a more solid foundation than those that cultivated step by step. As expected of a constitution that is at the same level as the sacred body of the ancients. I'm afraid I'll need millions of caddies of origin to break through the 4 extreme secret realms. No, 4 million caddies would be enough. After careful calculation, Zhou Tong felt a little relieved. Fortunately, when he was cultivating at Kunlun Mountain, he had opened up a lot of potential doors in the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm. Although he could not directly use them back then, he could save some resources during the cultivation process in the Dao Palace mystic realm. Under normal circumstances, about 20% of the millions of caddies of origin needed to break through the Dao Palace mystic realm to the 4 extreme secret realms would flow into the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm, further expanding the Sea of Reincarnation. Zhou Tong's Sea of Reincarnation had opened up these potential doors long ago, so he could save on 20% of the energy. However, no matter what, the origin is indispensable. I need to make a trip to the northern region. Zhou Tong got up and immediately set off for the northern region. Chapter 30. Zhou Tong's figure was as fast as lightning and as swift as a ray of light. It was as if a purple sword light was rushing forward. It was extremely fierce and unstoppable. He was practicing one of the Vicious Ten's treasured techniques, grass symbol sword art. One of the Vicious 10, 9-leaf sword grass, had 9 leaves. Each leaf was like a sword. It was usually rooted in the ground and rarely moved. However, once it moved, the sword energy would travel for millions of li. Even though the current Zhou Tong couldn't travel millions and millions of li like that 9-leaf sword grass from Immortal Ancient's last phase, his body was like a sword. When he took a step out, it was as if sword radiance shot out, shooting out 160 to 70 zhang. This type of speed was even faster than him riding a rainbow. 1 step was 1 li. 10,000 steps in one day would be 10,000 li. In the southern region of the eastern wilderness, Zhou Tong could cross 4 or 5 small countries like the Yen Kingdom in one day. Of course, the eastern wasteland was too vast. There were countless lofty mountains and steep ridges. There were also countless ancient trees and strange beasts. Some even had the strength of the 4 extreme secret realms. Even Zhou Tong had to spend a lot of effort to deal with them. After walking continuously for 3 days, Zhou Tong finally arrived at a city. The Spirit Lake City was located on a plain. It was built by the water and got its name from the nearby Spirit Lake. Under the Spirit Lake, there was a water vein full of spirit energy. Therefore, there were many cultivators here. It was the most prosperous city in the eastern wasteland. This city could be considered one of the top 10 cities in the eastern wasteland. At noon, Zhou Tong arrived at this large city. Walking on the road paved with green stone slabs, he felt the wisps of mist-like spiritual energy from the water vein around him. Looking at the bustling crowd around him and the incessant cries of hawking, he had a strange feeling of time passing by. Zhou Tong looked around curiously. Beside the bustling street, there were many palaces that occupied a large area. They were richly ornamented, just like the imperial palaces of the ancient times. Occasionally, there would be some pavilions that were floating in the air. They looked quite elegant. These must be the inns and restaurants of the cultivation world. Zhou Tong looked at the palaces and floating pavilions with interest. The cultivation world was really different. Even the restaurant was floating in the sky. Without a certain level of cultivation, one would not be able to go up. Not long after, a big green lake appeared in front of Zhou Tong. The lake water was green, like a green gem embedded in the city. Beside the lake, there were many cultivators doing breathing exercises and cultivating. Cultivate here? Zhou Tong was somewhat puzzled. An uncle at the side chuckled and said, "Young man, this is your first time in Spirit Lake City, right?" This place was called the Little Spirit Lake because it was connected to the Spirit Lake outside the city. Therefore, the lake water here was full of spirit chi. Many Dao Palace realm cultivators will absorb spirit qi here to temper their Dao palaces. I see. Zhou Tong nodded. Turned out that they were all poor people in the cultivation world. Those who were truly rich would have directly used source energy to cultivate. Of course, there were also some cultivators with extremely weak constitutions who could not withstand the impact of large amounts of source energy. After bypassing the little spirit lake, Zhou Tong made many turns and soon arrived at an unknown ancient alley. This was a free market, and it was extremely lively. After walking for a short while, Zhou Tong saw many good things. Mystic Een primordial water, green copper gold essence, purple spirit jade essence, demonic bloodwood, star sand, triple sun warm jade. There were all kinds of precious materials. Jade snake orchid, dragon blood grass, seven-leaf scarlet vine, blue moon divine lotus, white jade date, purple sun spirit ginseng. There were countless precious herbs, and their fragrance assailed his nostrils. This is really a good place. There are many good things here. Zhou Tong could not help but sigh. Little brother, by a heaven's star stone. This is a top-notch material for refining Dharma artifact. Many divine lords' Dharma artifacts are refined with this material. An old man looked at Zhou Tong with a smile. Little brother, your forehead is full, and you are full of heroic spirit. In the future, you will definitely become a divine lord. Zhou Tong glanced at the old man and smiled. You are praising me so much. I think divine lord is not my limit. Since I am going to refine Dharma artifacts, of course I will refine Dharma artifact. Do you have divine gold for sale here? Little brother, what are you thinking? How can there be divine gold for sale here? The old man curled his lips and looked speechless. I have been doing business here all my life, and I have only seen divine gold for sale once. It was only a thumb-sized piece of black dragon-patterned gold, and it was sold for a sky-high price. That was 10 years ago. That piece of black dragon-patterned gold was bought by the Wind Clan. I don't know which divine weapon it was refined into. As soon as the auction was mentioned, the old man immediately became interested and began to brag about it. Where is the biggest auction house in the Spirit Lake City? Zhou Tong was curious. The biggest auction house in the Spirit Lake City is naturally the Alcade Palace of the Alcade Sacred Land. The old man replied. Little brother, if you want to go and take a look, it is easy. 5 days later, there will be a grand auction in the Alcade Palace. It is said that there will be an Imperial Divine Weapon in the auction. Oh? Imperial Divine Weapon. This was rather interesting. Thank you, old man. I will go and take a look. Zhou Tong smiled and left the stall. He continued to wander around the free market. He saw many good things, but he did not buy them. Because he had no money. I have to go and get some money. Zhou Tong wandered around and came to the vicinity of the Alcade Palace. The Alcade Palace was a huge palace floating in the sky above the Spirit Lake City. Zhou Tong casually put on a mask and flew to the entrance of the palace. Clouds rolled over, and palaces were everywhere. Spatial Dao patterns were set up here, and it was much more spacious than what he saw below. In the middle of the palace there was a huge palace. It was tall and majestic, standing in the middle like a mountain. This was the Alcade Palace. Even if there were hundreds of thousands of people, it could easily accommodate them. Zhou Tong walked through the door of one of the palaces. Once he entered the palace, Zhou Tong walked to a waitress and asked, I have something to auction here. Is there any procedure? The waitress glanced at Zhou Tong. She was used to people who came in with masks. She replied, Just put the item you want to auction here and register it. Soon, the Alcade Palace will send a professional to appraise your auction item. I want to auction a scripture. Can you make the decision? Zhou Tong asked. If you asked what Zhou Tong had the most, it was undoubtedly all kinds of scriptures. He had the reincarnation mirror and could peek into a cultivator's past life at will. Naturally, the number of scriptures that he had mastered was extremely terrifying. He could get a large number of sources by simply throwing out a scroll. Scriptures? The waitress was shocked. Anything that could be called a scripture could be regarded as the inheritance of a family or a sect. At least, it was a cultivation path created by a peerless great sage. As long as there was a scripture being auctioned, it would be a big deal. The waitress did not dare to delay. She immediately led Zhou Tong to a VIP room in the side hall. Please wait for a moment in the VIP room. Soon, someone will come to discuss with you. Then she left in a hurry. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.